All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are just about ready to get started here for episode 18, session 18 of Ascension da Sazarin. There has been quite the moment here. In fact, part of the recap, I think the best recap is just to get you guys into the game and get you guys into the map that you were in previously. And yeah,
All the death
as
and
we can
murder.
see, there's quite a bit of quite a mound of corpses, quite an enormous crime has occurred here, an assault on the senses and an assault on the egg, but the egg was remained untouched, in fact. So I'm sure some memories will be flooding to the surface, but I must say some of those memories won't be for Luciferius, who plays Ashtorian, because Lucy had to go before the battle really started, really kicked off. So I think it's probably prudent to quickly mention that the sort of quick session recap, basically, as per usual. In the last session, number 17, you guys made your way into you made your way into the interrogation chamber, right? That debriefing room inside the Sazarin agent lair, the operative lair, and having gone past some tense discussions with Rink, the handler of the operatives that you've seen, the only handler you've seen so far, perhaps the chief hand. The main thing that I think everybody took away from that, besides the spectral apparition that only Ro saw in character, the vision of some sort of human female. Besides that, which was weirdly apparating above the desk of Rink while he was in the middle of his interrogation, there were certainly some interesting magical things afoot as far as like how he was even conducting the investigation and interrogating people, interviewing them in his words. But it felt much more like an interrogation. Certainly, a large amount of back and forth was had, and I think all in all, like at the end of the day, while it was disconcerting, it was pretty solid as far as like nobody was really in danger. It seemed actually that he wanted to offer you guys a little bit of a spot in the like sort of Desazarin operative region, if you want to call it that. Like he wanted to basically give you guys the status. This is something that obviously Blink and Ashtorium were hunting for anyway, and have earned perhaps the rights to be the chief operatives in that respect. Although the deal was delegated through Silas and Rink in a one-on-one conversation. And also something that I think at least Ro would be significantly considering, because Ro at one point did try to reach out to Order de Sazera to try to serve them as a mercenary of sorts, and he was promptly rejected, perhaps on account of being a giant gnoll. But either way, the fact that they've changed tune is interesting enough, and something that might be fodder for further party discussion down the line. But the bottom line was that after resting ahead of the communal that needed to occur between Darix and the fact that we had eternity needing to be communed with or communed about, and Darix needed to pray to the Starfather and sort of look up at the stars, needed to be under the stars for this to work. There was an area that was set out. There is a little bit of a side tangent where Blink and Ro decided to go on a running competition, and then they found a dog, and then they found a lady. But at the end of the day, they all came back in without too much incident. It was just it was a cool little insight into what else goes on around Manor de Sazarin, at least the northern one. So you guys end up making your way back to the Vale as a unit in under the cover of darkness, with rain opening up and falling upon you. We also, of course, had reports that the Inquisition was on. The servants of the Crown were moving on Manor de Sazarin, and not the manor specifically, but the grounds for sure, and were present there, and that your safety could not be guaranteed. There's some tense moments of negotiating information out of Rink about that, and then eventually it came to be that we had some interesting altercations, or verbal altercations, verbal sparring. But at the end of the day, Blink and Ashtorium were sworn in as de facto agents de Sazarin, and that ended up being, quite a momentous moment for those two homies, and preceded their path to glory as we eventually got set up here with Eternity and Darix, doing his, I would say, quite well articulated prayers to the Starfather, and he had his prostrations in, and he got all his ceremony done, and During that time, he was eventually able to commune directly, or like open up directly to eternity, and divine power and almost divine authority moved through his will. He was able to exert some of eternity's vast power onto the battlefield in ways of supporting, healing, and smiting the opponents in ways that I'm sure were truly liberating for good old Arx, or at the very least, whoever controls him. But after all that, the other thing that Eternity was basically doing was awakening power within every one of you, and that is how you leveled up to level 3 through the grace of this dragon, of this nascent god. And so there was a big fight, as you can see just by the corpses, the cadavers that litter this place. It did culminate in the death of a proper inquisitor, who then let forth a Gagrami that almost took out a few party members and kind of chucked Narath around, for example, so all in good fun, but eventually was brought down, and his body did not seem to persist, perhaps dismissed by the presence of Inquisitor Maressa, who did catch an arrow to the lips, courtesy of Blink, hitting a very miraculous roll that otherwise his arrow would have missed, because it was just too good. It was too good of a roll. And you know, I like to imagine it's like in 300 where Xerxes gets hit in the cheek with the spear, but it was like she turned to the perfect time and it was her lips that got instead. So she was square. It was a great shot, and bloodied her, even though it didn't quite, like, you know, made her bloody, caused her to bleed, even though it wasn't necessarily, it might have been superficial damage in some ways. That's going to leave a mark, I think is easy to say. And that's essentially where we left off. I don't think I missed anything, but it was a lengthy session. I think it was almost 7 hours long because of how long the fight went. So is there anything else anybody wants to mention about the nature of things? Did I miss anything about how you guys are in? Because everybody's level 3 now. So, or maybe, did Darix actually select level 3? I can't remember. Oh yeah, he is. He's level 3. So everybody's level 3. Not only is everybody level 3, I forgot to do this earlier, but after such a momentous fight, you guys all have received inspiration for that, so solid shit.
Oh, epic.
Now, inspiration
must have been excellent.
Oh, listen, Ashtorium. Does anybody want to tell Lucy how good Ashtorium did in the fight?
Yeah, Ashtorium.
Dude, Ashtorium kicked ass, brother. He literally like held off like 5-6 guys at one point by himself, just like a punching machine, Super Saiyan mode.
Yeah,
very
he just held the
impressive.
entire flank on his own, pretty much.
Yeah, the top
Yeah,
right
it's
was his
very-
domain, dude.
Yeah, and he was just putting the fear of the Starfather into play. So.
It was always good at holdout missions.
See, that's it. So it looks like
my
Chandler...
only
Oh, go ahead. Tell me.
my only question is about my subclass. Well, for one, the only one I can pick is Devotion.
Right. Did you see
and-
a good one that you already wanted? Because I didn't get a link from you earlier in between. I think we were talking about eventually we were supposed to do some kind of homebrew thing.
Yeah, I sent you a message on the 11th, but I didn't get anything back.
That's my fault. Then.
Okay. I was, so we can work on that together. I'll just take Devotion for now, I suppose, and then we can.
Oh,
we
yeah,
can
yeah.
hammer
You
something
did
out.
send me that. I see the Oath of Astramus or something to that effect. Healing, radiant damage, and some supporter control. Well, don't take anything in your character sheet internally for now, and just, if combat comes up in this session, or something to that effect comes up in this session, then we can, kind of homebrew it on the fly based on feel, and then we can formalize it between sessions.
Okay, that sounds great.
I think
Awesome.
that'll be just fine.
I didn't want to bug you about it because I know you're a busy fella, so I was like,
No, all good. Yeah, I wasn't actually able to do so much mechanics prep, but this week I'm getting back into the swing of the homebrew streams and shit. So yeah, we'll figure that out.
All right, wonderful. All right, I have nothing else. Anybody?
The Shambler says that he's restarting his computer.
Narath, we'll look to we'll head up to the mountaintop and look to Darax and the egg now. But just a background note is that he would want to loot the Inquisitor.
Yep. It makes sense to do so at some point. Right now, you guys are all basically gathered round Darix and the egg as the assault seems to have fizzled out, and the last of the Inquisition forces. If there is, you might hear faint steel on steel in the far distance, indicating that battle has been taken place elsewhere, but it certainly seems to have quieted down, especially the local din as much more subdued. So it slowly ebbs away into just the rain and the sound of woodland creatures, sputtering about everything they've witnessed in the last hour or so. Yeah.
Ashtorium will high five Blink.
There you go.
The moment your palms touch, a divine spark. No.
Hey, what about performance check from each of us for how good the high five is?
While we
Don't
wait for
think-
Shambler to come back? Yes.
That's important. But
Don't wait for me. I'm listening, and I can speak through my phone. Just Narat.
Man, y'all's high
move
five
Narat from me.
suck. What a lame high five. Garbage.
Dude,
They
advantage
actually
'cause we're
miss each other.
You could use your
When they try to
inspirations
high-five.
on this if you want to.
And then they hit each other in the face with their hands.
No, I'm not that crazy.
It was an awkward.
If Ashtorium uses his inspo, I will.
Oh, it's a death pact. Well,
Ashtorium thinks that's a silly inspiration idea.
not an inspiring high five. Okay.
Damn.
Implying I wouldn't find a way to make that epic. So we do have obviously the rain, the ambiance, any distant musical instruments that had been riffing along earlier during the combat has expired. We had quite the soundtrack to that fight. I forgot to mention that. It was entirely. I did not prep any of that music, and I was like, "Wait, boss music though." So it worked out.
It was metal.
It was pretty good.
Yes,
Yeah.
it was pretty funny to have that. Okay. So, with all that said, so it said that Narath said that he was moving towards the egg and Darux to check on them, and Narath can also see now, so Narath can do whatever it is he was going to do. I will point out that there's a this sort of slowly, almost sizzling pattern on the ground of blue magic that is causing like the nearby rain, any droplets that drip upon it to not spark, but certainly seemingly sputter a little bit. And it seems to be reactive, generating some amount of heat, and it's sort of emanating clearly from the egg. As Darix is sort of, he's being. You can sense, Darix, that Eternity is sort of retracting some of its power, having imbued you finally with the necessary increases that it has provided you. So.
Is Dark still like? I assume he's.
You're still
Still
in the
communal
same
state.
pose you were, but you are no longer like rooted to the ground, and it's like indicating basically that if now might be the time to initiate your communion with your tribe as you had initially intended, before Eternity kind of monopolized that conduit and used it as a vessel for its own
Badassery.
edification. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
So basically, that's what Narath would see, is that like there's that magic. Everybody would see the magical aura, and maybe Narath, since Narath specifically said he was going to look to Darix, he would see Darix kind of like maybe sway a little bit, but as if almost like time had paused for Darix and he had been frozen, petrified, and suddenly he could move again, he could breathe again, but in a way that indicates that he is fine physically. It's certainly going to be like sleepy Darix after this, because it took a toll to do such a thing, but his work is not yet finished, right? So.
I don't know. So, yeah, if Darix will definitely compose himself, but kind of remain as he is, and offer a much shorter prayer. Holy Starfather, Holy Master, Holy Eternal, shelter me. And then he'll prostrate one more time. And then one final prayer before communing with, or hopefully communing with his tribe. by the intercessions of the final Drake and all the exemplars, deliver us. Holy and mighty Master, I entreat that this night pass without further temptation and offense. Grant us grace to me, and deliver me of my many failing. I commend my soul to you, Starfather, now and unto all of time. So it is, and so it shall be. And then whatever you say happens for him to enter, like, he's now talking.
Attempting to commune specifically with that, right?
Yes.
So...
Mm-hmm. Now, yeah, it's up to you to decide whether he's, when in this communal state, it's all within his head essentially, or in his soul, or whether he's like it's that and he's saying these things out loud, kind of like what he's doing with the praying. That's up to you.
We'll say. I think it makes sense for Darex to have begun enunciating prayers, and this what he just spoke would have been visible to all, right? I think that's fair to say.
Yes, correct. These prayers absolutely are audible. For
right,
sure.
And then I think, we'll probably go a little bit of a step further, and we'll say, let's see. Oh, look at that. There's some interesting things that I can do here. All right. So the aura around the egg appears to shimmer as Darex finishes his latest enunciation. And then there's like almost a pulse of air, as if the flappings of a great bird or something even larger. A gust billows out from around the egg and blows back everyone's hair, or for Ashtorium, the beads, right? The vestments of Silas flowing, the fur of Ro being ruffled by the wind. It's not overpowering. There's no risk of you being blown away by a tempest or anything, but there's definitely the sense that there's something going on there. And as the egg begins to shimmer, there's a sudden sort of pull where all of you begin to be almost sucked forward. As opposed to being blown back, the wind seems to be at your back, and you all seem to billow in.
Oh,
Shit.
Oh shit!
oh yeah.
Circle's room.
Whoa.
Draconic Halo. Oh,
We're going into the egg.
Yeah, we're about to meet Derek's elders.
Oh shit!
Oh, whoa.
I hope they're all like Augustius and they all judge us.
No. Please don't. That would
I
be
can't wait to
terrible.
turn into these people.
Who are all these stinky adventurers you've brought us to?
Well, I am going to also assume that they've probably seen lots of what's going on in Dark's mind, or have, due to
Yeah, or through
communion.
the eternity. Yeah.
Or through eternity, yeah. So they're probably not completely ignorant of everything.
So as you all have your visions whited out for a moment, there's a calming serenity about the place that you find yourselves in, and you get the distinct impression that your mortality, for the time being, has been left behind, as if you no longer were burdened by physical restraints. Any of you who look down to regard yourself will see that while you are dressed in your familiar garb, your armor, your weapons, they have been stripped from you for the time being. Of course, Ashtorium still has his trusty fists, but even they feel lighter and somehow less burdened. And while some of you would initially be quite unnerved by being without your trusty weaponry, there is that confidence that this is but a temporary affair, and that this is outside reality, yet still a part of it. You stand atop an enormous floating platform, levitating far above anything you could possibly see. Clouds billow past, but within them, a faint twinkling of starlight fades in and out. It's as if you have found yourself amidst the heavens, the cosmos opening up all around you, a dizzying sensation were it not for the fog to continue to obscure that which surrounds you and is far too enormous for any one mind to comprehend. You stand atop an enormous, patterned stone edifice that seems to mimic the same aura that was being projected by the draconic egg. And surrounding it are an array of 5 almost plant-like structures. Sitting atop them stand 5 white draconin, each marked with age to a different degree, but clearly more mature than one such as Darix, and all of them gaze upon you expectingly. Behind you, an enormous, blooming chair, if you will, an enormous, flowering object, gives way to a looming shadow as descending gracefully from a cloud overhead and then hovering gently above it, this now holds eternity. All of the Draconin before you appear tight-mawed, not yet ready to speak, but clearly looking you up and down, and though you don't know any of these people, Darix will certainly have an immediate familiarity. He was never told stories of what it is like to be in the chamber of the elders, yet this must be something of the sort.
Darks is dizzy and bloody and tired and in complete awe. And after the first few seconds of shock wear off, he immediately prostrates. Just 5 times, 1 for each of them. And at the moment, he's speechless. He doesn't know if he should speak, what to say at all.
As Darix prostrates, the rest of the party will note a tilt of the head from the Draconin to the far west. I'll little ping that area there so you guys see what I'm talking about.
Okay.
This Draconin is more almost animalistic in nature. Her snout has seemingly transformed from a typical Draconin maw into something perhaps more familiar to a beast, and her eyes have flecks that almost imply it is not entirely Draconin. Her lithe form, certainly a picture of grace, yet she is still, as all the others are. But she does seem to be regarding Darix. And the more you look over the rest of the elders, they will all seem to be regarding Darix, yet occasionally they do glance up at the rest of the group, examining his companions, silently for now.
I would like to check in on Splinter.
Arath would also like to check in on Avina.
So, as Blink, as you attempt to examine Splinter, where he once was, there is a distinct absence, but not one that would immediately inspire confusion, more as if somehow you expected him to not be there. It's a peculiar feeling because you know that you were not expecting this, but it seems correct, almost as if there's no way he, too, could join you in this realm. Narath, the same is true for Avina. She is oddly silent, oddly vacant from your mind. Something impossibly dark and without light seems to lurk where Avina once stood in your mind. And it's something that intellectually you recognize as very much the agency that once stole yours, the will of a distant lich. But rather than fear it or despise it, there's this sensation that it can do nothing to you so long as you remain in this state, in this place. As if it is tauntingly presented with a vision of true tranquility and can do nothing to dismantle it or to endanger it, and certainly nothing to affect you.
Is Kennecon? Is the same true for Kennecon?
Where Kennecon
Dark.
stood at one point, there is now only this font of confidence, of radiance, of true goodness. It's as if his every positive attribute has been amplified, a sigil, an emblem within your mind, a sort of engram of undeniable goodness and strength of force. You know that he is not here consciously, but that he is here in spirit, in essence, and that he is with you, to strengthen you.
The serenity and the overwhelming goodness and the knowledge that he is safe from darkness and travails and everything he's endured thus far, and in this sacred space for people he would not have ever imagined he would be before. That, and combined with everything that's happened in such a short amount of time, Darks weeps silently, and he sort of lets his upper body fall further down. His shoulders are sort of slouched as he tries to compose himself.
Darks, you go to relieve your muscles for a moment, allowing yourself to slouch, and yet it's as if a different presence strengthens your posture and rises you up to one knee before these elders. This, you feel, must be that spirit of Kennecon, refusing to not give the devil their due, not give these elders their respect, but instead refusing to let the fatigue and the evils that you have endured overtake you, and to show your relief upon your face with your tears, yes, but also that you are still here and ready to answer any and all questions, and to present your findings, present your truth to the other White Draconin.
Darks, now strengthened by Kennecon, finds it within himself to be able to meet the eyes of each of the elders. Not lingering in a disrespectful way, but just enough so that, he acknowledges them and is strong enough.
I'll now point out to Narath and Darix, as enough time has passed for you to passively learn that and recognize that the Draconin at the head of the pack, this one right here, wears vestments very much in keeping with that of a Drake speaker, and seems to have been placed at the northernmost position deliberately. The others occasionally have looked towards him, but he has not torn his gaze from you and your party. The one to his flank, dressed in the only heavy armor available in the entire room that you find yourself in, he bears the sign of a steelbreaker by his hide, what little of it that you can see. Nicks and notches within even his face show that he has endured many a battle. And further flanking, to the far right, this one wears regalia of a battle master. Not the heavy armor of a fighter, but the regalia of a leader instead. And he's the oldest by far, though he shows no immediate signs of physical frailty. The other two are not immediately identifiable as far as their personage, but you suspect at least one of them must be a gem warden, given the sort of spread of different castes represented at this table. Proverbially, of course, there is no actual table. And
Giving each of them a glance, Naratha then looks at Darax expectingly.
Darks takes a deep inhale through his snout, and then he exhales. He's no longer shaking, and he looks at the Drake speaker. And it looks like he's essentially awaiting affirmation from the patriarch Drake speaker to grant him permission to speak.
A golden light emerges from behind the Drake speaker as if to almost cast him in a holy glow. And without speaking, but without any confusion as to who could be speaking in the moment, a voice that must be that Drake speaker's rumbles through the room. And he says, "Paladin, you have brought us eternity. Explain yourself."
Another deep inhale and exhale. And he says, Patriarch Drake Speaker, I arrived on the continent to begin my pilgrimage. And there, even before my first sunset, I uncovered great evil that the elves there, and whoever they were so aligned with, they had unspeakable and unholy intentions. Eternity called to me. As soon as I set foot off the ship, something in my heart, in my very soul, it led me to eternity. And upon my journey, I met the five you see surrounding me. For their own reasons, they too were within the same manner that eternity was held captive. But together, we made it out. And it is only by the grace of the Starfather and the ability and skill of my companions that I kneel before you now.
The light seems to dissipate from the Drake speaker, the patriarch, and stirring to his flank, the woman that you suspect must be the gem warden of the troop is illuminated instead, cast in a similar glow. Instead of addressing you, Darax, she turns her gaze to the Silas and says, "This human is most chosen by none other than the Arcane One. Is that not true?
Is she asking me or Derek's?
She's looking
No, you.
directly at you, so you get the sense that it must be you she
Okay.
speaks to.
Silas will look to meet the gaze, and he will nod. Indeed, I am a humble servant of Savras, and I seek to police those who would abuse magics, especially those wielded by one such as Eternity.
She gives you a nod and says, "Not only do your vestments bear his sigils, but your very person bears his mark." The gems embedded upon her visage flicker with almost sea green light as she speaks. She fumbles with some jewelry about her person, as if soothing herself in the process, and says, "How did you come about such a gift from him?"
Silas looks at the mark upon his hand, studying it for a moment, and then he looks back. I connected Eternity with Savras through an ability that I have. And in that moment of connection, Savras marked me, though I do not yet know what it means.
She gives what must be the draconic equivalent of a smirk, one that, well, you haven't seen too often in your party, given the terrible nature of your work. And she says, "I suspect you will find soon exactly what he has in mind for you." And though her voice may waver a bit, you sense wisdom and experience in her words, as if she herself may have consorted with Savras in her time, in her day.
I have the utmost faith that Savras's intentions are well, though if you do know something, I would be grateful to understand its purpose.
She extends her own palm as if to show it off, but there's nothing out of the ordinary about her scaly, gnarled fingers. "Once I bore his. It served me well until it was time to pass my wisdom on to others. For it is not truly your wisdom, young one. It is the wisdom of the gods themselves. I trust your intentions are also pure." And as she retracts her hand, her light dims. The other Draconin on the flank, the one that Narath and Darex had identified as a Steelbreaker, pipes up as his light begins to illuminate. He snaps towards the one in the back. "You there, Changing One. I have seen your fighting style, and that of your compatriot. It is without your assistance, I believe we would not be making acquaintanceship. What is your goal, your aim here? Why do you follow the path laid by this one?" And he raises a thick, muscular hand indicating Darex with one finger.
I do not know. I was simply put in a spot to help, and I did.
The gaze turns from Blink to Ashtorium as the gruff Draconin utters once more,
Destroying waves.
He doesn't seem to
Autism.
respond to your wave, but he does say, and this one, timing, grace, aptitude with weapons, yet it chooses fists for the job, and the job is done. He seems to be examining you as if trying to find out what you're really after, what you're really like, what your true purpose is as well. But he has not directly asked you that, Ashtorian.
Ashtorium's autistic, so he's just gonna stand there.
Do you tilt your head?
No, that would imply he needs to be thinking. He sees nothing wrong with this situation.
That's
Just
our
another
artistic.
day.
That's our artistic Warforged.
That's right.
He's very artistic.
Artistic, autistic. Yeah.
Does not have ADHD though.
No, he doesn't.
No, he's the opposite of that.
He's pretty focused. He's pretty focused on
Yeah.
the punch.
Nope.
On the punch.
The Draconin looks back to Blink and says, I have seen that you might speak for him when he chooses not to utter. So tell me, what do you know of this one?
Well, I've trained with him my whole life. Before I met these four, and I'll gesture to the party, he was the only one I would trust with my life. He is of good conscience, whether he knows it or not.
Without another word, his light dims. All on the far side, the woman with the strange visage pipes up as her light also illuminates. Tell me of this knoll, she says, specifically looking at Ro as if asking Ro to tell her about himself.
You wish to hear my story, then?
I wish to know why one cursed by the demonic entity that you all fights alongside you. What is your purpose, third one?
I am cursed not by choice. It was,
It's a curse.
well, a long story. But my purpose here is to bring salvation and peace to the souls trapped within me. Originally, I believed that the only way to do so would be to destroy the one who caused the curse to begin with. Though now I am not so sure.
She continues, destruction of Akranon is certainly beyond mortal comprehension. She seems to indicate present company when she says such
Blink
a thing.
will shake his head at this.
Yet still, there are things mortals can do. You have already altered the strands of fate by bringing a nascent god to these halls, if only in spirit. So, we shall be watching. As for your souls, your spirits, the ones that follow you, they will be quiet while you enter these halls. But they will not know true peace without divine intervention, and you have earned a sort of that. But you are far from absolution for your kind.
Well, I will continue to work hard, so that one day my packmates may know peace.
A noble goal. And her light dims, leaving only one other Draconin left to speak. And as his light screams up, a weary voice, but not one without power, speaks to Narath. You might be the only one who is approaching my age. How did one as advanced as yourself find yourself alongside such youthful vigilance?
To my Narath takes a moment. He says, "To my eternal shame, I came to this land as an agent of a foul lich from the continent of Serakoj. With hindsight, I now realize that my original mission was to capture eternity and to deliver it to him. Thankfully, by the will of Astramis, the terms of my pact were broken, I assume by its will, if only temporarily, if the gnawing in my soul is anything to go by. By all rights, I do not deserve to be here or in the service of a great dragon."
The old man smiles at you genuinely and says, "Our lives and our tales have funny ways of making fools and lords of us all. Perhaps it's time to don the lordly colors again."
Narath responds, "No being that has committed the acts I have against clan and kin is deserving of redemption. A swift death is the best I can hope for after my duty is done."
Darks looks at the corner of his eye at Narath and looks upset, but says nothing.
Without breaking his smile, the old man simply says, "If what you say is true, what you hope for is irrelevant. Again, don the lordly colors, and perhaps you can atone." His light dims, indicating the end of the conversation, but it's not long before the head Drake speaker pipes up, having been bestowed upon with the same halo that began the proceedings. Yet without opening his mouth, and now without sound, his eyes have fixated upon eternity, and all of the draconic elders also look towards it. From the corners of your eyes, you'll see a brilliant magenta violet light begin to spill out from within the egg. And instead of the Drake speaker's ominous rumbling, it's a decidedly uncharacteristic voice for what might be a dragon or even a draconin. It sounds almost like a wavering tenor, a language none of you initially understand. Then, it speaks in common. "These blasted infidels have brought me to a corner of the astral plane." It continues in babbling as if to itself, not to anyone in particular, until the low rumbling of the Drake speaker continues. "What you are hearing is the Cursed One, an entity of quite immense, unholy power that lurks within the confines of eternity. Without resolution. Eternity will not see a demise, but also not see a birth. This must be rectified.
What must we do?
The wavering voice continues to speak, almost bouncing off of the exterior of Eternity's shell, as if being projected out from individual scales and emanating, echoing off of the halls. The light of the Gem Warden appears, and she says, "This is a curse that will require more research in order to absolve and remove, even for those of us who have great arcane power." The old man speaks again. "That is why you must all focus your attention on finding out the origin of those elvish sorcerers that seemed to have imbued this divine being with such a nasty, ghoulish illness."
Arath says,
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
"Then it shall be done. The filth shall be purged, and all the research taken."
The Darks will take a single step forward, and he will cast his eyes down to the ground, and for a moment, it looks like there's a war raging on in his face. And then he lifts up his head again and he says, "Beloved elders, let this burden pass from me onto another. I can feel my heart harden. I have killed. I have taken more lives in a single week than I could have possibly in 1,000 nightmares. I am weak, and I am afraid. There is others, greater than I, purer than I, wiser and stronger than I. Let my pilgrimage be done. I beg of you, let me return home to my father and my mother and my little sibling."
The one that had spoken before in the gruff tones, the Steelbreaker, pipes up as his light too shines. "You would turn away from one that has not been seen in countless years, in what feels to us old ones as eons. Even the battle master, the leader, Anzalar," he points an extended scaly hand towards the old one on his flank, "has not seen hide nor tail of a dragon, and a great drake in his entire life. Now presented with this at a young age, you would shy away from such duty?"
Darks is visibly shamed and even afraid. He doesn't say anything for several long moments. He doesn't know if he should say anything at all.
Well, from behind there is that sense, right? That sense of strength that's supposedly coming from Kenakon, but you will note that it appears almost muted in the wake of your previous utterances.
And he kind of turns around and looks back at eternity. He says, I have made known myself here before you elders. A coward. And then with another deep breath, he says, it was selfish of me to ask. My faith should be stronger. I know I say what need be said. My tongue says one thing, but in my heart I feel another.
There's the faint echoing of heavy greaves on undeniable marble, as eternity is flanked by a presence that seems oddly familiar to you all. An enormous, towering, white draconan warrior, holy sword in hand, holy shield in another. The great Kenakon stands adjacent to eternity and looks with its towering stature directly towards you, Darax, wordlessly, but with an expression that tells you that it, the spirit that has been waylaid from Astramus, is prepared for anything that comes next.
The sight of Kenakon brings another set of tears to young Dark's eyes, but these are different. It's like looking upon not only something beautifully and wonderfully sacred, but a friend that he has wanted to see but could not, and finally can. And he turns back around and looks to the Patriarch Drake Speaker, and he nods his head once and says, I do not know why, out of all in creation, the Pantocrator has seemed fit to pick me. I have no virtue or goodness in me, and I know nothing, so little. I submit myself to Astramus's will, and I beg your forgiveness for my foolishness. But I do ask, humbly I entreat you, blessed elder, give my regards to my family, and tell them I am well, and that I miss them so.
The only elder who has yet to speak since Eternity's reveal, and Kenakon's, in fact, also is bestowed upon a golden halo, and she says, I know your mother, Darax. I shall give your regards to them. As will Drake Speaker Piliar. And she gestures over to the head patriarch.
Darks will look. He has a very sort of bittersweet smile on his face. And he bows his head very low. He looks like he might burst into tears again, but he manages to keep his composure. Feeling in this entire ordeal since he's arrived here like a little whelp all over again.
The low rumbling of the Drake speaker once again fills the room, the chamber, without any movement of the speaker's mouth. We were all young once, and we all shirked responsibility when we should not have. So for Darix's only crime to be that of wavering strength can be excused. For the matter at hand, eternity lives up to her name. She shall not perish. What worries us is what happens if her nascency continues for too long, and thusly prevents the hatching of a great drake. Perhaps this is indeed why so many dragons have gone missing. Perhaps this curse is not unique. The Gem Warden who spoke before of arcane things says, "The arcane nature of this curse must be investigated, and it is not a guarantee that all of you will survive such an ordeal. But it is paramount."
Dark's finding strength again says, "Will there be any matter of aid sent from the homeland to help us in our quest?"
The old man on the flank says, with a smile, "We would be truly foolish elders to entrust you with such a mantle of responsibility and yet not provide assistance where it were possible. When you return to the material plane, eternity will not be with you any longer, but that is not to be so for long. Instead, in her place, you will find the required ingredients for a conduit. With it, you can reach elders such as us, and perhaps, with time, summon Astramus's will. That is our pact to you."
Darks nods his head solemnly, glances back in eternity, and then says, "This nothing. There is no illness or curse or blasphemy or evil in the entirety of creation that cannot be healed by the Starfather."
The Steelbreaker leans forward as you finish your sentence and says, "Remember, young ones, and that one," and indicates Narath, "you harbor within yourselves the aid you need. Call upon it, It shall be yours.
Arath pipes up, saying, "This old one does not know if I can trust what is within me. I wish for clarification. It will dictate my next actions upon returning to the material plane. How long do I have before I am shackled again to the monstrosity I call Nestor?"
The youngest appearing of the elders, the more animalistic one on the west flank, says, "That will be you to decide, Narath. For we all have choices, even when it seems none are available to us. There will be an opportunity, a power within you that has longed for salvation, and now has a chance at it. Remember that the gates to Astramus will not remain closed forever."
Arath frowns at this answer. That says nothing.
That's...
Well, he's like, how long do I have timetables here? Like, I gotta know if I gotta chain myself up in the basement. He's like, oh yeah, you'll figure it out.
It'll work
Blink
out.
will,
You got it, buddy. Just
Blink will
slave.
raise a pointer finger as if asking for attention.
The elders will shift their gaze to you, one by one.
Speaking of power within, is there anything you can do to help my friend Slinter?
The same one who had spoken to Narath last seems to look towards you with a curious expression. The Change One. That would be many animals. She regards you expectantly and says, "He is helping himself. You help him by enduring."
Blink will nod and stay quiet.
The rumbling of the Drake speaker commences again, and he says, "Remember that those within you, and yourself as well, corruption can spread. Be mindful of your decisions. Not only does eternity await your deliverance, but also those souls that accompany you. They too await their exit."
Darks will nod his head and then say, "So it is, and so it shall be." Under the Starfather's wings, let it be done.
So,
By the second, I pledge I shall do what I can. For as long as I can.
the older one smiles and looks to the Steelbreaker to his right and says, "A typical silver pledge." The Steelbreaker is attempting to restrain laughter, but the old one seems fine to let some laughs out. Let a sensible chuckle.
Yeah, they're old and sacred. They're not without humor.
Arath's frown deepens.
Even further.
It's now past his eye ridges and towards his nose.
At this point, it's like going into his neck. Like,
Yeah.
Derek's like kind of sees his frown and kind of does like a twitching smile.
The Gem Warden
You see-
has that speckled, shining nature to her as she speaks again and says, "We can entertain another question or two, but the stars have almost gone out." You sense the message she's trying to send is that this communion will be closed shortly.
Darks looks around to his party to see if they have any further questions.
if no one has a question, Arath will pipe up, but it's not so vital that he's willing to fuck up everyone else's question.
So any Ro or Silas questions?
Okay, Ro has a question. So Ro turns to him and says, I actually have a question.
You can see them all turn to regard you, Ro.
Is it possible for the curse upon me to be lifted?
Even Darks looks like he wants to answer that one.
The Steelbreaker, having recovered from his laughter, looks to Ro without as much mirth as he had on his face before and says, "The curse you bear is a terrible one, but it is also a blessing. The responsibility of an entire clan. You must do well. There is no other option. Such clarity rarely befalls us. But yes, once your spirits that you carry are laid to rest, your power will also go with them."
I see. So I must maintain this until the work is done.
With a nod from the Steelbreaker, they return to gazing at individual members of the party instead of anyone in particular.
Darks, having heard that from Ro, and of course, understanding his own burden, will say, "It seems Astramus has placed upon us all a heavy weight that we must bear. And it seems that this same weight will be our salvation."
If Silas does not have a question, Arath will pipe up.
I actually do have a question.
Okay.
Let's hear it.
Silas will kind of look between the 5 members and he will say, "If I may inquire, before I met these fine people here and came across Eternity, my original mission was to investigate the use of magic in Innerlands. We came across these elves who were up to no good, and I fear that their corruption is deeply rooted in the city. If you could offer any foresight, any knowledge into the challenges that lie ahead, it would be most useful."
Wise question.
So the essence of the question was if you can give any insight into what might lie ahead as it pertains to the magic use?
Yeah, or just like if they know anything at all about how deeply screwed the elven influences in Innolands.
For this, the Gem Warden pipes up again and says, "The magics of those elves are indeed foul. The depth that they have gone to, that we have seen already, it is most concerning and also most disturbing." Before she can continue, the older one says, "It is worth noting, however, that part of their plan was to set loose upon the world these strange concoctions of death and life. If we are not mistaken in our..." And he gestures vaguely towards eternity. "In our information, some did escape. Is that right?"
Indeed. And perhaps... I am not sure if you would know this, but... and Silas will look to the one who is speaking, and he will cast a message, and you tell me whether or not this works. In casting the message, he will not say anything, but he will imagine the elf that was in the mirror, and then he will say, "How do we reach him?"
Does he say the "how do we reach him" part out loud, and the message is just the
yeah, just
Okay.
the image.
The old one's eyes light up a little, and while Silas's observations are fixated upon the old one, any other of the party that is looking at the other elders will also have their eyes light up, flickering a little bit with this recognition. But the old one is the one to respond and says, "That is..." "That will give you all the information you need to continue your investigation."
Silas will nod. "I am grateful for your wisdom, Elder. Surely we would be lost if not for this opportunity to speak with you."
Dax will nod his head at that.
He gives you a smirk, and the Drake speaker rumbles. There's this rumbling additional to his voice, as if the platform you stand upon, is no longer solid, but instead fluid, moving and roiling, akin to the idea of a landslide or some sort of earthquake. It's not enough to throw you off balance, but it's certainly enough to make things feel less steady for the first time since you've walked through this hall. And the Drake speaker says, "We must conclude our meeting, but it will not be the last time we speak to you. May Astramus watch over you, and remember your quest."
Narath puts a fist to his, over his heart, and then bows stiffly, awaiting to be returned to the material plane.
Darks does the same thing, but with his palm over his chest.
Silas places the hand with the mark of Savras over his heart.
Do Ashtorium, Blink, or Ro do anything?
They're autistic.
Ro gives an awkward smile.
Ashtorium will wave.
Ashtorium
There you
will
go.
wave, hell yeah. What's Blink do?
Hell yeah.
Expected
is-
Ro to
Blink
salute.
just looks lost in thought.
Ro's not an actual soldier, so it's just,
It would have been funny. Like a really shitty salute that's like, this is what we're supposed to do, right?
No, yeah. Well,
He
no,
just
yeah,
kind
I
of just puts his arm all the way around his left shoulder as if trying to scratch his back, and then bows. Like,
Yeah.
you guys all did something with your arm, but it was different, so I guess I'll try this.
Oh, is this something?
I'll be unique.
All right.
What would Ro do?
The awkward smile sounds good to me. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
if
the
there's
awkward
any-
smile.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's
It's just
fine,
a
yeah.
That's
big,
like Ro's go-to
big-
thing.
Yeah,
just a big
a toothy, yeah.
a
Bit of a derpy
half
grin.
smile.
Tongues wagging
Yeah.
out.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for the help, fellas.
Exactly.
It's like a panting dog, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
Tongue slightly out. Yeah, great.
Yeah, bow wow.
The quaking continues to rise in frequency, and it seems to be taking you with it, almost as if crashing into a wave that carries you out away from this heavenly place. And as your vision whites out yet again, it becomes more green, dark, and dismal. Light has faded, but night is here. And so too is the rain. So gone is eternity.
Norath, upon returning to his possessions, he grabs his Book of Shadows and looks it over.
Dark's
Looks
attempts
at the party.
to stand up, but his whole body in the moment feels like jello, just a whole wobbly blob, and exhaustion is just written everywhere, in just in the span of a single second. And yeah, he looks very tired, and he has a very sort of bittersweet and pensive look on his face and in his eyes.
Ro's gonna try to help him to his feet.
As Darax is helped to his feet, Norath comes over and he says, "You have passed your test, young blood. When I was of similar age, I did not pass mine, and you see what it bought me. Do not allow let me be a reminder of what the bitter fruit of cowardice brings." And then he just walks off towards the Inquisitor.
Narath, the
Dark-
Book of Shadows
Go
that you looked over is now emblazoned with some sort of golden lock. It doesn't seem to serve any function, but it certainly wasn't there before and stands out quite a bit in a jarring fashion.
Based.
Are all the spells and stuff still in it?
Everything seems unchanged, but
Do I see that it looks golden?
well,
Oh yeah,
it's-
you guys did see me casting from a skull and flesh leather thing.
yeah.
Yep.
The golden lock would be sort of like directly where the skull maw would be, or like it's like instead of teeth, it has the golden lock.
Is it still like scales and shit, like, or is it like the pages are proper paper now?
I think it'll be exactly the same except for that change.
Oh, so it's still this guy's corpse. Just okay.
Yeah.
All right. A little shocked. Norath
As far as-
proceeds forward.
Yeah, as far as like other people knowing, not sure about that one, but
Yeah, Darks wouldn't know because he was in communion.
I
the
don't
whole
know how
time
many
anyway.
people were
Yeah.
are actively
Yeah,
looking
I don't
at
think
it, right?
Ro
Like,
was even
perception
near where Narath was, so
well, it would be a perception
I think
check,
s-
but the only problem is like, how do you decide that you were actually going to do that of all things? As far as,
yeah.
because like
I
Narath
feel like
was
the only one
privately
who,
looking it over, so I don't know if
yeah,
Blink would have.
I feel like the only
opportunity
person who would have been in position would have been like Silas, right?
to.
Yeah.
Mm.
But
Dark,
Silas is
speaking
the
of
only one
Silas,
close to him.
speaking of that, Darks will look at Silas and make a tired gesture towards the icons that had been used during the communion prayers. Please.
Who is moving my token?
That's me. I'm trying to figure out why you can't.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. I don't know if
And,
like you seem to be movable for me, so are you maybe you have to like left click. Oh, you're trying to click drag him away from like through a wall probably? What if you just do
No,
once?
I can't even like select it. It's as if like I can't interact with it at all.
Ah. What if I do this? What now?
Not the same thing.
Okay. That's
Blink would like to see if he can sense Splinter now.
Well, there is definitely, I don't know about why it would be like that. I'll try deleting you and putting you in here. Maybe that will help.
Yeah.
No, just delete it. Oh.
He's back.
Silas has been deleted.
How about now?
Maybe I should. You want me to try reloading the tab?
Yeah, it might be that if it's not letting you do it even after that. Yeah, Silas
I also
poofs.
cast Detect Magic as a ritual from my Book of Shadows.
How long does ritual casting take again? Oh, look, he's back.
10
Yeah, it
minutes,
works
I
now.
think, right?
So first, before your question, Derek, I wanted to come up to you and say, your faith is true, Derek's. I am very pleased that we had an opportunity to meet your elders.
Yeah, ritual casting takes 10 minutes and requires you to be a ritual caster.
Yeah, I get the cast from my Book of Shadows 2 spells as rituals, which is Comprehend Languages and Detect Magic.
Right. So,
Dark.
but it does take 10 minutes for you to do that. Is that what I heard?
Yeah.
from-
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So, so Narath will begin that. Will you do that before or after you loot the Inquisitor?
Oh, it was to help me loot the Inquisitor in case, he's got something on him that's magical I don't want to miss. Because Narath doesn't have a high investigation or perception, so...
I gotcha. So you'd be because I'm thinking you have to do it, are you going to pull up all the items first and then do the detect magic?
No, as he's
everything?
walking over, he's doing this, and he's just waiting.
Before starting to loot. Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll get back to you on what he's got. Okay. So I think Silas and Darix were having some kind of conversation, right? Do I recall?
Yes, and Silas told Darks that he was glad to have met
Right.
his elder council, and Darks had kindly asked him to please retrieve the holy icons that he had used in the communion, and put them back in his backpack.
Silas will comply with your request.
And Darks will say, I did not imagine I would ever have such an honor. But it seems that any and all of my expectations have been overwhelmingly exceeded, whether good or bad. I will need your assistance, Ro, to return to the manor. I do not think I can walk on my own.
I understand. I will help you to return to those rooms where we slept before this very long ordeal.
It has been the longest week of my life, and I have a dreadful suspicion that there will be many weeks that feel vastly longer coming our way.
I would agree. I think that the work is very far from done, unfortunately.
We are an unlikely crew. But my mother always told me that the Starfather has a sense of humor.
Well, I know little of this Starfather, but life has its way of, simply being everything at once.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Yeah, Darks is doing his best not to look at all the corpses. He's just
understandable.
keeping his eyes forward. He's just like, I don't want to see all the people gory piles.
Blink will look around and he'll speak up and say, "Sounds like most of the fighting is done. I don't want to rush anyone, but I personally would like to start making our way back to the manor."
Yes. Yes.
Indeed. We should inform Rink of what happened here. I'm sure he is waiting for us. But first, you, Derek's, take this. And Silas will take the hand with the mark of Savras and place it upon your shoulder. And there will be a gentle white light that begins from his hand and it traverses down your form. And he will cast Lesser Restoration, trying to cure your fatigue.
Darks feels... He doesn't look any less tired, but he is able to kind of take his arm off around Ro's shoulder and move on his own now. And he bows his head gratefully. And he does another gesture similar to as he did with the elders. But with the elders, you saw when he bowed, he had his fingers over his chest, completely splayed. And this time he does this very similar, but his fingers are together. They're all together as he bows his head, and he just kind of hobbles tiredly down the mountain, eagerly awaiting a bath and bed.
Understandable.
Whatever anyone else wants to do, he's not thinking about it right now. He doesn't care about it right now. It's been quite a day for young Darks.
Oh, so I had heard mention last time that there might be one of the bad guys might have had a heavy crossbow, and that was a strength-based ranged weapon. Is that true?
Yes, the one of them near Narath, that was felled near Narath. He was the one that Ashtorium punched all the way in the bottom right, basically.
Oh, all the way down here?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
As you
Ro would
walk
like
past-
to...
As you walk past, you see Narath chanting lowly, looking
Okay.
at his spellbook.
Well, Narath can keep doing that. Ro would like to take the heavy crossbow if it's a strength-based ranged weapon, since
That will
that
help.
would probably go... Yeah, that would probably be good for him. So that whenever there's a ranged attacker you can't get to, he doesn't just have to stand there and wait for the rest of the party to kill him.
All right, well, Ro has secured himself a heavy crossbow and a couple of bolts.
Nice.
Very nice.
Ro is
That'll
very
be
happy
helpful.
with this. Yeah.
It's a bit stained in blood, but that doesn't bother Ro, really.
Yeah, no, I mean, Ro already looks like he's stained in blood.
I got myself stuck.
Oh no. How could you?
Oh, I also want to make an Arcana check for what the fuck that Grogami was while we're here.
How could you? More like how did you? I guess I have to wall that part off.
Narath has no fucking clue what was up with that Grogami.
I don't think anyone knows.
No, certainly not.
Yeah, but if I got like a nat 20 or something, maybe something comes to mind.
Did you just go down, Ashtorium? I don't even understand how you got.
I have no idea.
Is Ashtorium phasing through walls?
Well, I fixed him already, but I was just looking at the architecture that I had put down there for the wall data, and it's not.
It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Okay, so Is it safe to say that you kind of move around your gear a little bit while you're finding a place to stow the heavy crossbow and the bolts?
Yeah.
You will notice, Ro, that your the hilt of your great axe, the very butt of it, that so rarely sees use, seems to glisten uncharacteristically, and as you look at it, initially thinking it may be a figment of the rain dancing with your imagination, you reveal that it has been lit up with gold.
Oh. Ro is gonna definitely examine that closely and try to figure out what's going on with it.
There doesn't appear
Since that's
to
very
be
unusual.
Yeah, there doesn't appear to be any explanation for how it could have been there, but the fact that the very sort of like it's only around the wood and metal piece that is essentially like the base of the weapon in some ways, like the base of the
Right,
long
like essentially
shaft of
like
it.
a pommel, but
Yeah.
for a great axe rather than a sword.
Correct. So that is entire like the what was once made of wood is entirely made of gold, as if it had been transmuted.
Darux, do you suspect that this may have something to do with the visit to the elders? And he like twists his great axe around to show him the very bottom of it is now gold. Which, if he's paid attention, he would know that that's not how that works. But or that it wasn't like that before.
Right.
Darks raises a tired, scaly eye ridge at that. And then he just kind of shrugs a shoulder, like, I do not know. All of this is as unknown to me as it is to you.
I see. Well, it's a mystery for another time then.
He'll nod his head and then continue on.
So as you all amass, Silas is also sweeping some of the forms, and Narath's incantation will finish. Narath, upon the Inquisitor's person, your initial search is not immediately going to be turning up much. There's some useful-looking potions upon him. One that you recognize as a potion of shielding, and one that you are fairly certain is meant for imbuing fighters with additional physical prowess for a time. There's an impressive-looking morning star and longsword on his person, the weapons of choice. More of a slash and bash type character, this Inquisitor must have been. But as your ritual finishes and you feel the impact of it, your attention is drawn to a nondescript brass bell that had been sheltered in one of his many packs.
Narath will take all of it. Any gold on him?
No, but he had one platinum piece.
Oh, well, cool. We'll add that. And then, is Narath the type of guy? No. Narath will look down at him. And then, just, move along. As he's going, he will keep an eye out for any, like, shields on the ground, but otherwise he's just gonna head out now, having taken everything of value. Unless his detect magic picks up anything else as he moves by some of these corpses as well. That last 10 minutes at
Right.
a 30-foot radius.
Simmering magics linger around from the holy ordeal that was the smite, divine smite that was occurring, courtesy of Darux's communion with eternity. But you sense nothing that emanates from the personage of any of the victims. For Silas, you find several, weapons. There's mace, a spear. There is a single shield left intact that looks like it could take a beating, but perhaps not enough to be a significant improvement towards yours. If you wanted to trade it up, it would be perhaps in better condition. Other than that, though, it has the regalia of the crown, so maybe it's useful in that respect. But mechanically, we'll say it's no better or worse than yours. Not much coin on them. Totals up to about 2 gold across the nearby corpses. I'll add that to your tally now. But are you taking any of the weaponry?
The only thing Silas will take is the shield with the crown symbol.
Okay. It'll be marked as just an ordinary shield for now, but I will tweak that. Okay. Looks like that's all, looks like you guys have more or less resolved that on your way back. Obviously, Narath's detect magic will be significantly, sort of as if it were a, what would you describe it? You guys know those devices that are meant to detect radiation? The,
Geiger counters?
Geiger counters.
Oh, yeah.
So it'll be popping off as he walks past the where eternity once was.
Right, it makes sense.
Like the equivalent of a loud-ass noise that gives you a headache, almost.
Alright. Oh, this Crown Knight. I guess we'll visit him real quick, because he was, like, the only notable... Like, there's a bunch of crown swords, but he was, like, the big honcho. So I guess we'll head over him real quick. Any Geiger counters?
There's actually a lot of energy that seems to have been left over upon him, and as you sort of turn his body over, you'll notice that he has been melted within his armor in a gruesome display of not quite ash, but soon to be. Nothing of consequence seems to have survived whatever horrific magics were used to deal with his corpse, and you certainly do not detect it as holy magics.
Fair enough. Narath moves on. And once we clear, like, the battlefield, how far would you say the place is? Is it 10 minutes from us? From the safe house is 10 minutes from here?
It's approaching that, yeah. Your ritual will probably expire by the time you get in the door, right? Something like that. Maybe a little bit.
Well, he's
before.
going to end his detect magics, and on
Okay.
the way there, because there's a filthy polyglot waiting for us, he's going to ritual cast comprehend languages, so that as soon as he arrives,
Okay.
there's no fucking hiding.
All right. Silas doing anything on his way out? Away from
I am just trying to keep up with the group here.
Okay.
Yeah, Narath's going to start jogging.
There you go.
Catch up.
Making Silas work for it.
Yeah, taking that dash action for it.
Better believe. All right. Now I get to do something a little bit different. If you guys
I
have...
attune to my Nikes.
There it is. Okay.
Yeah, uses up an attunement slot.
How does attunement even work in 5th edition?
I have no idea, actually.
You
To attune
can,
3 things.
yeah, you can attune up to 3 magic items, and then after that you have to switch one out.
I grant you a ring of attunement. You must use an attunement slot to attune the ring of attunement, which grants you 1 attunement slot.
That's a pretty
That would
good
be very
troll
silly.
item, though.
That is a super good troll item.
And
I killed 8 of them.
if I was a DM, I would have a magic item merchant who just talks that shit up to the party every time they come by and sells it to them for like 10,000 gold.
It's just like, are you? How easily do you fall for the used car salesman bit? You know.
They actually buy it, and they figure out that it was actually like the ring of like this big shot noble who was murdered, and that's the end to the quest.
Yeah.
And it's just a ring of attunement. The big shot of Noble's ring is just a ring of attunement.
Yeah, he got fucked over by the same used car salesman.
Alrighty,
You go back
guys.
to ask the item merchant about it, and his entire shop is just gone.
Yeah, he ran off, dude.
Yeah.
So I got a break to use the bathroom and get some more water. Feel free to do whatever in that time, PRP, etc. It shouldn't be very long.
But Darks feels like he's 100 right now. Poor bastard. I know Narath wants to ask a million questions.
Well, we're about to be set loose on the world.
We sure are.
We sure are what?
Not
Narath
before
will
nap
tell
time.
us to go to Death Mountain.
What did I miss?
What a nice place.
I have a note I have to inform you all about.
So you do have a note.
I am back. And what are we doing? What are we talking about?
Gotta go talk to the polyglot.
That is correct.
Go talk to Rink.
How do we all feel about the Holy Communion, dude?
That was fucking awesome.
That was pretty good.
It was
yeah.
awesome. Yeah, it was very good.
I'm happy
Big
not
fan.
to be smited.
Eh?
Yeah,
I knew you wouldn't be. I mean, they're not that tight.
Well,
I
yeah,
don't know. I
especially
think
when
that's
you
more
fought
ignorance
too.
on their part.
No, the White Draconin at least seem to be like truly like a capital G good, not like lawful good. I mean like straight up
Yeah. Capital G good.
capital G
Yeah,
good.
that's
Yeah,
what I'm-
they are capital G's.
yeah,
Haha.
yeah. Like big T transcendental objective good. So
Don't worry, we'll get to our confession, Derek.
I would say Shambler not needing to roll a new character is a big W.
it is a big W.
As I said, we'll have
True.
our
Everyone
confession.
give him a round of applause.
Got him.
I already have the sheet up for Kalthos. This man, it is you.
Look, you have because you have Darks in the party. I think if I had made any other character, you literally would have made another character by now. But Darks it represents something very good, which without him and his very specific kind of story-ish thing, you'd probably be absolutely toast. It's like
I don't
Yeah.
think so.
I did think so.
Well, before we think anymore,
Let's go.
you guys make your way
rest.
over to the next section of the forest that opens
Did
up.
Blink and Ash get here first, or are we just
Oh,
saying
yeah.
we all get here at the same time?
Well, you
But were
guys weren't
walking
waiting,
or
right?
running because we were running.
No, Blink and Ash left way earlier than everybody else. It was Blink and
Yeah.
Ash, then it was Darix and Ro, and then it was Silas and Narat. So,
Yep. And Darks ain't running. He just walking.
right, yeah. I think Ro and Darix would probably get caught up to by Narath and Silas, but I still think Blink and Ashtorium would arrive sooner. So,
Mhm.
for the first few conversation moments, we can have Blink and Ashtorium start things off here, I think. I'll move the other homies in their relative orientation there. Yeah, there you go. All right. So, Blink and Ashtorium, as you approach the familiar site, the rain seems to abate for the time being, and the leaves that had fallen from the winds grace the path before you. It's an odd sense of tranquility after such a hectic battle, perhaps a little afterglow from the visit to the draconic plane. And there stands two Sazarin guards who are deep in conversation with one another, but immediately turn to regard you as you approach, ready to draw their weapons, but their hands fall more limply as they sort of regard you. And then it takes them a moment, but the one with the lantern looks to you and says, and salutes you, and says, "Operatives."
Blink will, I'll kind of look around, and then I'll realize.
Yeah.
And I'll nod and say, yes. Has anything changed?
Far as we understand, sir, those loyal to the crown are on the run. And the one behind him speaks up and says, "Oh yeah, we routed those bastards, sir."
With a smile, he'll look to the one in the back and say, you know, we did a proper routing of the bastards ourselves. I hope you two get congratulations from those higher up than me. But I will offer it all the same.
They that gets a smile out of them even before you give them your congratulations, and they give you a respectful nod and say, "If you're looking for Rink, he should already be inside the lair." And he'll gesture to the hidden path that you had exited from.
With a nod, Blink will say, yes. It's about time I go
Oh.
talk to him one more time. And then he'll look towards the lair, and then he'll look back and say, "Don't forget, guards like yourselves make the world go round." And then he'll walk down.
They look almost shocked to hear such a thing, and they look at themselves, as if asking each other for guidance.
Ashtorian gives them a thumbs up.
Yeah.
With his new promotion, he's
Yeah,
just
going
going. Yeah.
Silas has completely ignored the timing. He's just going straight for it.
Oh, sorry. Am I supposed to wait?
Those two were ahead of the pack, yeah, but you guys are basically coming up on them now. And the guards are like further along the path with a little bit more. They're further away, but they turned as you sort of move through the forest. They'll give you like a nod and continue on their patrol. So it's not long before you are joined by your comrades Blink and Ashtorium, but those weary men are moving quite slow compared to Rink, who is absolutely moving back and forth between these two desks and just grabbing, spilling ink, grabbing papers. He's in almost a sort of frenzy as he's attempting to scrawl instructions and other pictograms, diagrams out throughout the map that's on there, and some hastily scrawled notes all over the place. And he's like not quite out of breath. He's a pretty fit guy, but he's clearly like, under some sort of pressure. And as you approach, he turns to you and he says, "Excellent. I feared you might not survive, but if only a few injuries are all you've got, that is a good fate indeed."
Brandishing, almost for show, what I imagine is a still bloody dagger, he will say, "We always get the job done. That's why we're operatives."
Rink turns to face the rest of the party as they file in, and he says, "It seems the targets of da Sazarin have expanded to encompass those loyal to the crown. If this changes the calculus for any of you to accept the title of operative, now would be a good time to inform me. It is clear the Inquisition, and thus the King, have something to do with this foul magics." And he says those last words looking directly at Silas.
Silas will nod as he says this and present the shield that has the mark of the crown upon it, and he will say, "Indeed, this may prove useful in our efforts to thwart the crown. Perhaps one of your agents may be able to use it in their efforts to gather information about their movements."
Rink will nod to you and he'll say, "Oh yes, indeed. We have procured a number of their vestments and garbs, but a shield will go nicely if battle is to take place." And are you offering it to him, or are you simply just presenting it like, "Look at what we've got"?
Yeah, no, I'm straight up giving it to him.
Okay. Rink will take the shield from you and with like a firm handshake with his other hand, and give you like a nod that you imagine he must be smiling a bit, if a bit grimly underneath his bandana. And he'll turn to face the rest of the party and kind of like surveys everybody, and he says, "Undoubtedly many of you are wounded and weary, so recuperate for as long as you must. It will be a long while before those loyal to the crown set foot on our lands again, but they will return. And that is why we must make a proactive measure. Speak to me when you are good and ready for it."
We will be prepared for those who stand in our path. And I will glance to Blink as I say this to see if he agrees.
When you see Blink, you'll notice that he's it won't be hard to notice that he's a little, I don't know what would be a good word for it, distant maybe. And then he'll kind of snap to and he'll look to Rink and say, acknowledging what you said, will say, yes, we will stand ready. I feel ready now. Give me something to do.
Sweep that corner.
Rink will step to you and size you up. And as he does so, he'll say, "Oh yeah, how do you like that, Lucy?"
I love it.
As Rink steps to you, he'll say, "You are our youngest operative, but perhaps our most capable. What I can ask of you is a bit of an investigation. You need not dirty your blades again. If you are well enough to patrol, see to it that none of those inquisitors or their lackeys continue to move through the district. They last were sighted withdrawing to the east, where I reckon they'll be congealing around the crownship. You need only patrol the walls of the manor and see if you sight any of them. If you do, we need to know as soon as possible so that we can make our preparations."
Blink will nod and will say, will do. I perhaps think that this face is still scarcely permitted outside of this room.
He'll look to you and he'll say, "That is your decision to make now, operative. But if I might add some guidance, those who know your true identity should be few and far in between. At least it's what I would do were I in your shoes."
It makes sense. Perhaps keep some sort of surprise waiting. He'll give a curt nod and he'll turn to leave, pressing the button as he does so to turn into Nick. I assume I can leave this way, right, to get to the walls?
Yeah, you just basically follow where the guards are, so you'd go past them. I forgot to proceed their patrol. They're actually all the way over here. So, do Silas, Rowe, or Narath have anything to say to Ring as he continues his flurry of movements?
While that conversation's going on, Narath will be trying to peek at the papers here.
I'll catch Rink and I'll just give him a brief rundown of the fact that we killed like 20 Crown's Guard and
Yeah.
what that might mean for a future attempt at attack. Because I'm assuming they would have more people if 20 was not enough.
He'll give you a grim nod and he'll say, "The body count is respectable. I see now that I was right to entrust you with the title of operative, should you want it. But know this, the Crown's Guard ranks go deep. There's many more legions where that came from. That was scarcely a battalion. And there's not only that, they have with them great beasts of war. You say you only saw warhounds, but more fearsome lie within their ranks. Ones we don't even know about yet."
I know what a Grogrami is, right?
Yeah. You wouldn't have maybe
say,
walked into them.
fearsome beasts like giant Grogrami.
Rink will turn to you and say, "You've seen one."
We killed one.
It was our final foe.
"What of its body?"
It turned to dust or something when we killed it, right?
It seemed to have been magically evaporated. Either could have been transmutation, destruction, teleportation. It was magic of some kind. and it didn't seem like it was coming from the Gagrami itself.
When my spectral fingers went through its throat, it evaporated. It was summoned to begin with from a stone idol that the Inquisitor seemed reluctant to release on the battlefield. I have the feeling it was likely a berserker sort of beast. Unreliable and a desperate measure.
He gives you a nod, but doesn't say much else on the subject, and turns back to Silas and Ro, and to make it clear he's addressing everybody in the room, and says, "Creatures such as that have likely not been sighted within the walls of Inolance in, well, a long time. For them to be deploying them underscores how significant whatever it is you all were doing truly was. I understand you have some calling, you have some work to do that eludes da Sazarin's own scope. But it seems for now our interests are very much aligned, and that the Inquisition wants us all dead."
Norath says, "Indeed, and to that end," he produces his reliquary and sets it on the table. He says, "If I am to be working with you, I will need this locked and chained in the deepest, darkest pit that your organization can find. Do not attempt to open it lest you desire the attention of an angry lich."
You haven't seen Rink be perturbed truly, besides maybe occasional pain during some of his his investigations, his discussions, interrogations, whatever you want to call it, with the use of the magical stone. But this is like the first time you're going to see some semblance of like harrowing emotion on his face. And under his breath, he says a word that normally none of you would understand, but Narath, you comprehend it as a dialect of a Fey language. It's an oath, as if he's cursing something or praying to someone. It seems to almost slip out of him. He reaches forward and very gently grabs the object and pockets it in one of his many pouches and says, "I shall see to it. Suppose that's not the only powerful artifact lying around in your repertoire." And to that he says, addressing the entire party, "But if there are any others I need to restrain, I would avail myself of them now."
I have nothing so concerning to offer you, but I will agree with your I do believe that this showing from the Crown's Guard is the only proof we need that not only are they up to something corrupt, they're willing to protect it with everything they have.
They certainly haven't been diplomatic. He'll look to you, Ro. And what of you? Any other artifacts I need to take care of?
No, I do not have any such artifacts. Except possibly myself, but I would rather not be imprisoned.
I would rather have you on the battlefield, big one.
Yes, I have been able to aid quite a bit while fighting these Crown's Guards. Though I wish to reiterate to you that it is very important that we be allowed to hunt down any Acronon cults that are operating in Inolance. It has become even more important after our recent engagement.
It's not clear to us yet how Acronon fits in with the elves in the first place, let alone how it fits in with the Inquisition, as they seem to be at odds. It would be unbecoming, normally, for an Inquisitor to utterly destroy an elven manor, and yet here we are. They've assaulted 2 such places in as many days. That being said, once the initial threat has passed with regards to the Inquisition, and we can be more apprised of their plans, I will tell you this much. The Sazarin's agents will be investigating Akranon as best they can. Our information network is vast enough that we should have information on more distant operations, hopefully within a month's time.
That is very good to hear. I look forward to working with de Sazarin on these important issues.
Good man, Noel. He then turns to address Narath and Silas, as well as Ro, and says, I'm nearly done with my paperwork. I will finish this up. Again, if you wish to rest now or later, it is your prerogative. But for now, the fighting has ceased, and we can, at the very least, rest comfortably.
That is good to hear. I think we all need a bit of rest now.
Indeed.
I intend to rest as well. Although I do have one final private request. Since my master is moving on this city, I believe it would be useful, if you've not already done it, to compile a list of all silver Draconian within this city's boundaries. More likely than not, more likely than not, I am not the only one of my kin to be lurking. And none, as far as I'm aware, have had the gift of freedom bestowed upon them.
It's peculiar, Narath. The only other operatives of the Black Nexus have not been Draconian at all, but I shall certainly avail myself of such information, and I will provide that to you.
Narath nods. Then to bed it is. Good luck, assassin.
Rink gives you all a nod of intentionality and begins, or resumes his work on the lettering. Narath, by the way, you said you were trying to peek at those, so feel free to roll like a... I'm thinking at this point, are you trying to be stealthy about it? That's the only thing I would roll for.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just roll a stealth check. I was thinking about this, and I forgot stealth was even a skill to roll, because you guys rarely sneak around, but I think that's a pretty good one. Hey!
Holy shit.
All right.
Yo, nat 20.
Nat 20 stealth, dude. You turn invisible right next to him. You're able to basically avail yourself of as much information as possible as far as that's concerned. The notes before you are of wide diaspora of different things, written in a variety of different languages. You can surmise that's likely some sort of protection mechanism against those who don't have the ability to comprehend maximum languages as you do, especially with regards to the written word. There's pictograms and diagrams of different like summoning circles and other such magics that you recognize as being eerily similar to that of the book that you had read about elven magics, and it looks like they were transcribed as opposed to being freshly inked. They were, there for study as opposed to for implementation. So apparently Rink wasn't lying when he said that there was investigation into Akranon by de Sazarin. There's also little missives intercepted from other sources, some of them written in Dwarven, others written in Elvish, all speaking about various deliveries at certain times. It's a boring ledger, but you sense its importance in that de Sazarins are tracking the potential deliveries of crates of evil. So it seems like it's Akranon and Elvish business. Oh.
As I pass Silas, I cast message on him and say, within his mind, he was not lying when they said that they were investigating the cults.
Well,
Rest
it's-
assured in that regard.
Silas will look to you, and you'll hear the whisper return to you. Well, it's good to know that they're keeping at least some of their word.
All right. With that, Narath really heads to bed.
And you find Darik's already there. Oh my god.
Mhm.
Stole Blink's bed. Yeah, go straight for the linen pile. Class.
There you go.
Darks
It
is
smells like holy oil.
Darks is awake, kind of staring tiredly up at the ceiling, and he's actually taken the 2 draconian eggs out, and he just sort of set them on his stomach and is kind of holding. For what reason you have no idea, but it seems to placate him internally. So
Alrighty. Relaxing with the unborn. Soon to be
yeah,
newborn.
yeah.
Wait, they didn't take the babies with them? They took the fucking big egg, but not the little ones?
Yeah.
What the?
You guys didn't talk about that too.
No, we didn't.
Oh, come on. We don't need them. Like, surely Eternity would be like, hey.
Listen,
bro.
listen. Darks is gonna be a dad, and he's
right.
gonna be a good dad, and
Rose
you're
will be a
gonna be,
godfather.
and you're gonna be a good uncle / godfather. And
There
if
you
you're
go.
not, you're gonna get your shit kicked in. That's how this is gonna go.
I'm like the
And-
alcoholic.
Dude, Darix being the dad and Narath being the mother, that's a crazy duo of parents.
It's not a mother. There is
No,
there
I
is
am
no
not a
mother.
motherly figure.
Okay, he's just a weird, creepy uncle. You know.
Yeah, Darix hasn't
No,
found
I am
a
grandpa.
mother for the
I am-
babies
Yeah,
yet.
Darks is a strong, independent, single father. Okay.
That's right.
I went to fucking Nam, okay, and came back a little rattled, okay? That's what I am.
I think this makes perfect sense.
It does.
The government will pay for ancient artifacts all day long. The government will not pay child support.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So there you go.
I don't know how you wanted me to do my travels, but I did already roll an investigation check.
Yes, I saw you got a 16. So we'll say that you've been. We're going to theater remind your little perch
Yeah,
there,
that's fine.
and probably also time lapse it. So, when you get up there, you will be seeing the battalions in an organized retreat. It almost looks like a proud march, and perhaps that's what the average citizen looks at as the guards disappear off into the horizon and behind various structures. What you end up seeing most out of all of that is just that, like, occasionally some individual members of the Crown's Guard sort of split off, and it's increasingly difficult to track that the further away they get, but you're sure that some of them appear to be embedding themselves in the area as if reporting to certain things or doing certain tasks or what have you. They're on an individual basis rather than a group one. You also catch sight of a few members dressed in nondescript clothing, sort of moving after some of those that split off individually. Their movements kind of track with your understanding of, like, the same way that almost you would shadow somebody if you were intending to nab them or get rid of them.
So it looks like operatives that are kind of like following someone.
Kind of looks like that, yeah. It's similar to how you've been trained.
I would like to follow from some sort of. I'd basically like to stealthily follow them.
Well, you're all the way on the roof. They're all the way down there. So are you actually going down from the roof? I'm saying what you're seeing from your viewpoint.
Right. No, I'm gonna keep observing them and see how. Like, just let them continue and see what they do.
You can't see what most of them get up to, but you do notice that where, say, 2 people enter, in the case of like a Crown's Guard and an operative, only the operative leaves, and they are wiping daggers on their person, on the interior of their cloak.
Classic.
You'll note that not
Smirking.
every single one of them has been, assigned an operative, but a good number of them. What the fuck is that?
I'm
Spirit
sorry.
bottle.
That was me using a can of air spray. I apologize.
Oh, good. I thought
bad.
I thought somebody was
I
like
didn't
telling
know.
their dog to shut up for something.
I didn't know you could hear that. I'm really sorry. I didn't know you could hear that. That was
Yeah,
bad.
well, you normally Discord would filter that out, so.
Nah.
Yeah, no.
It sounded like a shh, shh, shh. So
Yes, I
Discord was
exactly, yeah.
confused, yeah.
Even Crisp can't stop you from hearing the sound of suppressing heathens and blasphemers.
That's
That's
right.
so true. That's exactly right. That's what I do all day, every day, baby.
So, so basically that's basically what you see, right? Like, not every single one gets one, but you end up with a nice little insight into that Da Sazarin is still on top of some of these situations. Not everyone, but a good amount.
All right, he'll continue onward.
Just kind of watching for longer as watching for any resurgence of patrols or anything in particular.
Yeah, watching for anything that he would need to step in to if the need arose.
Okay. As time progresses, the hustle and bustle that seems to have been artificially expended later into the evening by the work of the Crown's Guard moving through on their patrol and their apparent march out of nowhere, it seems to die down, and the district falls into its more usual rhythm of low activity that you're very much familiar with. Nothing stands out to you as far as that is concerned, and I think eventually your the combination of your wounds and your weariness, anything that might be there, might start to catch up with you as the hours wane. But there will be a point where you see a single gold encrusted tall figure sauntering through from the same direction into the district, from the same direction that the others had left. And it won't take long for you to recognize that they are being shadowed by several operatives, but that this one seems to be either ignoring them. They're entirely solo, and they're moving to a common meeting point between, far from the manor grounds, but, as if perhaps they've been sent here for a missive, the common spot where negotiations are had without the prying attention of common folk. It's like inside what was once a tavern and is now just a storage room, but still is used for more than just storage room things. So it's out of your sight, but that's sort of like the last notable thing that you'll see, and it's like many hours later.
Do I see an immediate way to get close enough to like listen in almost?
No, I mean, this is like you're talking many maps worth of distance away. Like you're seeing, it's like outside you're on the top of like the manor. The manor has its own perimeter wall, and then beyond the perimeter wall, there's like the other structures. Like if you think about the Sazarin map, the Sazarin district.
All right. Blake will try and make a note of the person he saw and the location that they met.
Sure.
But other than that, he will start to make his way back.
Alrighty. As you return, the lights have dimmed, but the sun has begun to brighten and rise from the horizon. There's still some time left in the wee hours that may yet allow you some respite. Oh, and Rink isn't here. I forgot to hide him. Eh.
Why are they all in my room?
Dude, check out Astorium's room. He's got a new doohickey.
We awake?
Hell yeah.
No, you are not awake.
He's got a bathtub?
Is that an oil bathtub?
It's an oil jacuzzi.
Dude, none of you are
Oh,
awake.
Jackie
Go back to
Wayne's
bed.
Get out of my room.
Where the hell am I supposed to sleep?
Maybe
Sleep
on
on a
Astorium's
table.
rug, dude. Oh, never mind. Blink.
Go in his bath with him.
Blink is
Wait.
gonna
Is-
enter, lock the door behind him, and place a sleeping bag on Ashtorium's rug and pass out because everyone's sleeping in his room.
Is
Dude,
is
Draconin
Ro
slept in your bed. That thing is never recovering.
is Ro just like curled up like a dog on the rug?
Yes. You also note that this is the first time you've seen Ro without his armor on. He's taken his armor off and then curled up in a ball on the rug.
Oh Lord.
No, he's got
Yeah.
like undergarments.
Blink would lay down, lay his weapons out before
Right.
he goes to rest.
Lorath is in full armor.
Silas will just kind of lean against the side of the bed in a sitting position until he passes out.
That's it. Well,
Should ritual cast detect magic in here. See if there's any bugs.
Ritual cast sleep on myself.
that's right. It's time for hit that long rest button, homie.
Oh my god.
Is New
Okay.
Day?
Yes, new day is.
Gonna get a briefing, and then we're like, maybe gonna do something.
Dude, I wonder if I get Feywild visitors. Probably not.
I'm sure part of the day will be, hey, let's interrogate Darks.
Hey, Darks, what did you
No,
see
we're not
after you finished your battle?
What do you mean? Oh.
That's what
Oh,
I was joking, but
Oh
that's
yeah.
immediately what
Oh
they
yeah.
ask.
Oh yeah. I just wake up as soon as he wakes up. Hey, let's have a really serious theological conversation. This very second, I have questions. Answer them.
So,
Surprised that the Sazarin doesn't have someone who can just cast Zone of Truth.
how do you know that?
Well, if
You guys have been
Zone of Truth
surprisingly
is there to
truthful
make
lately.
Well, Ro didn't get asked any questions he would need to lie about.
Yeah.
I guess Narath just refused to answer questions was not the same as lying about them. Boy awake?
Yes. But
Oh,
you guys are going to wait a second because I think I've done a thing. Hold on.
Whoa, a thing?
thing?
Thing.
Doohickey?
A doohickey.
The Thing, film from 2001.
The cult classic. One of us is an imposter. White is kind of sus.
Hey,
Or
Darks is
green.
the least sus.
Exactly. That's why you're sus. You're too good.
Oh shit.
That's why you want to be around the little ones so you can corrupt them.
Hey, don't you be saying that shit about Darks.
Or green.
Those
Why are we
Skinner sweep.
green? You're that easy being
You're in
green.
here?
Hello, Miss Piggy.
What is that light? What is that cone of light?
Bit of a Skinner sweep.
What?
It's really funny because I've already updated the light so many times, but it doesn't update. It's still that. You guys
Are we
appreciate it?
supposed to be?
No, it's only for Blink. So, well, and Astorium. So, Blink, you catch yourself in a dream as per usual, but
An emerald dream?
an emerald dream. Holy shit. You just reminded me of some trauma I experienced when playing Warcraft 3.
Mm, yeah.
You find
Come
yourself
on,
in it
up.
is kind of an emerald dream because it's a little bit of a green overtone. You find yourself in a strange dream, and in doing so, you will sort of look around and be very perplexed at the fact that the whole room seems to be cast in a strange, eerie glow. It's as if two competing colors are at play, and the whole world is warbling and moving and wiggling. The source of the disturbance of colors seems to be adjacent to Ashtorium in the corner, who slumbers in his sentry's rest.
All right. Before doing anything, is there a check I can make? Either I would imagine it's either Arcana or Religion.
You could do Arcana. Damn.
That's funny.
You're really confused.
Am I?
Oh shit, inspiration? You are being visited. There's a bubbling, burbling, gurgling underneath where Ashtorium rests in his oil-filled jacuzzi.
Approaching carefully, Blake is going to try and see what he sees.
Bubbling up from beneath the tub, a chicken emerges, poking its head out. Its feathers seem to be unharmed, unmarred by the oil, as if it's gliding through it like water. And it says, "Caw. Lady sends her regards. Mother Hen says, great job."
Blink, with the look of perhaps bewilderment, is going to say that thank you. I have a feeling you are not the only thing trying to visit me right now.
Other lady sends her regards. Horse Mother wants to speak to you.
Horse mother?
Not time yet.
Who decides it's not time yet? You?
The chicken sort of laughs and makes ready to descend back into the oily plain, but before doing so says, I forgot. Any question?
What does that even mean? All right. Blink, thinking, and says, yes, I have one. Do I serve a god?
Question of the faithful and the faithless.
I just didn't answer it at all.
That is there an answer coming, or is it just peacock?
And the chicken is kind of moving its head, examining you thoroughly, taking its time. Horse Mother wants to talk with you about this subject too. But not time yet. Another day. Tomorrow day. Tomorrow night.
Chicken mother, horse mother.
Okay, tomorrow night. Do you have an opinion on this?
Chicken think maybe only God need his egg.
So, none of my own kind.
Ah,
Thank you.
what if
chicken.
all the gods are the same god? Okay.
Bugok.
Blink is going to shake his head in bewilderment, and he's going to say, it would be apt if the whole universe was just one god. But I have a feeling I will not find this out anytime soon.
Make a wisdom saving throw.
Holy.
Horse mother? That's a
Oh! Bugok.
I would have loved inspiration right there.
The chicken sort of jerks and almost like every time its musculature moves in an unnatural fashion, you hear cracking and strange things happening to its form, and the oil sloshes around as if responding to its presence for the first time as the strange fey chicken becomes a strange visage that you recognize all too well as the chicken rink looks upon you and says, "Perhaps every god is a changeling." And then he vanished.
What a shit poster.
That looked and sounded an awful lot like Slinter, but it was Rink. What was up with that?
I was gonna say that definitely sounded a lot like Splinter.
Yeah, that's for Blink to think about.
Blink, before he tries to go back to bed in dream state to see what happens with that, is going to try and see if he can sense Splinter in his head.
Splinter seems to be out for. He's gone fishing. he's but that is to say, he seems to be. He'll be back later. That's like a vibe you get.
You just
he's gone fishing in oil.
Yeah, he's busy.
It just says gone fishing.
Yeah,
I imagine a chicken. All right. Blink will think about how all gods are secretly changelings, and one is pretending to be a dragon egg, and how he's going to tell that to Darix later to piss him off as he goes back to bed and dreams about Horse Mother.
What could Horse Mother be?
That's very strange.
What could Horse Mother look like?
All right.
A horse.
Yeah.
Dude, what if Mother Hen and Horse Mother are the same person?
Yeah.
What if they're all the same?
Yeah.
You said higher than I.
Dude, what if Blink's whole personal story just turns into him learning that everyone is secretly a changeling?
Solipsism, but everyone's a changeling.
Everybody is me.
Yeah.
And I am everybody.
Everybody is a reflection of oneself.
3.
Crow.
Bugok.
Isn't that the plot to Prey?
I don't know. Depends on what you're preying on.
I mean, Prey, if you're talking about that game where you play as Dr. Yu, I think it was a little over.
Dr. Yu,
Yeah. It's a little, that one was a little bit too easy to spot when you fucking I am you, the player.
I never even finished that game.
Somebody thought that was really clever, like, oh, we'll call it Dr. Yu. It's going to be great. No, people will just think it's Asian, but actually, it's you. So, the sun does rise again.
That's good.
People, however restful you want your sleep to be, I would think Darks would wake up still clenching the Draconin eggs, but
Yes, absolutely.
Perhaps
this is happy place.
Yes, perhaps feeling empowered by.
I still
the
think it's a
presence
major plot hole that we did not mention the eggs in that meeting.
It cannot be considered a plot hole if you, as the player, forget it.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't think
also-
Darax or Narath would.
They might have.
Yeah, but
you could
but
probably.
they literally did.
They
so.
You could probably hand wave it as them thinking that when they said that eternity would remain, that extended to the other eggs too, even though they weren't specific in that. Like, I can see how that would be a default assumption, but yeah, maybe one of the characters should have mentioned that, you know?
Yeah, well, we didn't, and that's okay because Darks will take care of them.
Darks is going to be a dad.
That would have been a religion roll to try and think of any Feywild or changeling gods, but it's a 10, so I doubt I think of anything.
Well, for Feywild gods, you aren't aware of them, but you're certain they must exist. And with your knowledge, limited though it may be, of religion, you understand that most, if not all, of the different creatures, especially the sentient ones, seem to have a deity that they can call upon in times of need or pray to when things must be done, difficult things must be done. So perhaps changelings also have them.
I wish my headmate had a brain so I could ask him about changeling gods, but that's okay.
Actually, everyone has a god that they can pray to, no matter who you are.
See?
It's the Starfather.
They don't know about him.
Silence, heretic. Your god is a false god.
Why the fuck is there a Narath at my door?
Wait, you can see through
that? He was peeping.
Door's locked.
Oh, it is.
Narath is locking your door.
He's helping.
No, I already locked the door.
Fine, you leave me no choice. It slams open.
Wait, it does? Oh, yeah. Pretty good.
You're so nuts.
Magically.
Narath is not actually there.
Oh.
Okay, are we actually awake now? Can we do things?
Yeah. I said sunrise.
Holy shit. So Narath gets up and he looks at them.
Rowan, Silas, and Darix are probably all still in a relaxed state.
Correct.
Blake is examining his weapons to see if any of them need repairs or other maintenance.
And what's Ashtorium doing?
Cleaning the excess, like scraping off the excess oil in front of the mirror. Like in a Roman bath.
Yeah. He's, that's what the mirror's there for. Romans.
Can I roll a Tinker's Tools to see if I can do general maintenance on my weapons?
Yeah, sure. That'll just dictate how long it takes. It takes an average amount of time. A couple, maybe like, 10 minutes.
All right.
A minute for every roll you got away from 20. Which doesn't mean that it would have been instantaneous, but probably would have just been instead that, oh, actually, your weapons don't need that much maintenance. You'll be done in a minute. Sometimes skill checks alter reality when based on their results, you know?
That's true. I hope my dagger is gold one day.
As Ashtorium is scraping the excess oil off in front of the mirror, there will be a glint that kind of catches his eye, and it's the it's one of the previously iron links in his arm that connected his fist to the rest of his arm. It is now scintillating gold that goes very nicely with his sash.
What is it just cosmetic, or does it have a functional effect?
Well, I don't think any of the party knows about that. It looks cosmetic. None of them have examined their gold thing yet.
Some of us haven't found it.
Yeah.
We were told to meet with the guy, right?
Oh, dude, I bet it's my eyes.
He
Oh,
said,
Jesus Christ.
yeah, he did say that when, like, meet with him when you're ready to plan your next move, more or less.
Where the hell is he?
Well, it's a crack of dawn. Maybe he's not up yet.
Yeah, loser.
Eating a nice cheese breakfast.
These papers aren't here anymore, right?
A lot of them have been taken and moved, yeah.
Well, I guess Narath will ritually cast Detect Magic while he waits for everyone to get up. Maybe he wakes up a bit earlier so that we're not stuck here.
Sure.
And just he's gonna go through and see if he can detect any magical like listening devices or anything in the rooms. That is the wrong thing.
That's okay.
Silly
It's still a thing for your ritual, right?
Holy shit.
What?
Apparently I get a whole...
Oh!
Oh my god. Why is that louder than everything else? I thought I turned that down.
What's wrong with
Interface.
you?
I think everybody
Holy
thought that you turned that down. Oh shit! It's
This
just
storm is trying to phase through a door since it's unlocked.
Oh my god, it follows me. That's kind of cool. Anyway, do I detect anything?
you were fuck. Your
You have
magic.
to wait. You have to wait 10 minutes.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I woke up earlier 10 minutes ago.
No, then you don't get a long rest.
There seems to be there seems to be some residual magic on the withered plant adjacent to the bed of Blink.
Narath would like to investigate this plant.
It seems to have been unnaturally withered. Magically, so.
Okay.
By your
Alright.
patron.
Darks gets up, still holding the two unborn.
Please stop animating.
He's
over
animating,
the
dude.
wall. Stop.
He's animating.
I didn't add these.
This is like this. Why are you like this?
Is it going through the wall?
Yeah.
Yes.
Holy shit. Do I detect through the wall?
Well,
No.
isn't it 30 feet or whatever?
It's blocked by 1 foot of stone. So
Oh.
get fucked, buddy.
That's not a foot of stone. That's a foot of wood.
That is
Or
actually
3 feet of wood. So
yeah, the walls are like 5 feet, right? So also there's wood and stone, so you're double foot.
They officially reached the point where someone has said, "Please stop animating the campaign."
Yeah.
Narath will say out loud, if this room is magically bugged, I cannot detect it.
it's in the plant.
He will also say, although I will like to check the
Stop
other
moving!
one
I'm
just
trying
in
to
case
fix
you.
you.
Why are you trying to fix me? I need the animation, so why I go in there?
You do not need that in.
Dude, there's nothing else
You
magic.
don't.
You're
you
telling
do
me
not-
my pirate hat isn't magic?
You don't need the animation.
You do not have.
I don't know how to
definitely
take the
don't need
animation
that.
off of him. I'm gonna be honest. I already broke his concentration, and it still doesn't do it.
It's just
Narath
gonna-
is just gonna radiate.
He's just
power
gonna pulse
directly
forever.
against
Yeah.
It's gonna be there for the next 10 minutes, bud.
Beautiful. I love it. I love it.
Oh, you took me away from the
Oh, it
universe.
still doesn't work. Fuck.
So while that wonderful meme happens,
Narath
Dark
uses power word glow.
Dark swings up, and he's still got the two unborn. He's holding them. And then he looks down at them, and then he looks up. He goes, Oh dear.
Blink is, after doing his general maintenance, Blink is going to get up and look at himself in the mirror, making sure to dust off his coat before he leaves and goes to see what other hijinks people are up to.
You catch a faint glint of gold in your visage. Look through the mirror reflection.
Well, if that happens, Blink doesn't leave the room at all. And he's now going to try and investigate why the fuck his eyes are gold.
It's faint, and it flickers between green, blue, any other colors that your eyes have ever been, etc., etc. But it is there, undeniably. You get the sense that this is a courtesy of the draconic elders that spoke with you. That it somehow has something to do with the way to contact them. But you're at a complete loss as to how to do it. Just that this golden presence is somehow important.
Wait, they said they would give us materials, right?
If he
Yeah.
Yep.
We have to. Oh my god, we all have to unite and do it.
if he he's
Fusion.
gonna stand in the mirror for a while and see if he can force his eyes to be gold, like he can with the other colors.
The gold seems to come and go when it pleases.
Fucking
Owned.
loser.
Owned.
So did
Dark.
Derek say
Darks, your
anything?
people suck.
Yeah, Darks looks down at the two unborn who he held against him all night.
God.
He looks down, he looks up, and he goes, "Oh dear." He looks both anxious but also kind of glad. Yeah. He holds them even closer to him and then very gingerly places them back into his backpack.
Narath scowls at the sight of the unborn and says, I thought that they would take those with them.
Well, they did not, so they will be with us. And there must be a grand design for them. No matter, I will take care of them, just as I have done this entire time.
You are aware that eggs require a brood mother. They will petrify. My kind turns to silver, black turns to obsidian.
Dark
etc.
just snorts. They won't, he says, confident.
Narath says, this is no joking matter, young blood. Their
Okay, you can
souls
give
are
him
at
to Row.
stake.
He's furry and warm.
Yes, yeah, it's true. It's true. It's true. But I mean, kind of so is Dark. But yeah, I mean, you are warmer for sure. Furry. Row becomes mom. Mommy Row.
Narath says, we must find a female or a magical means of incubation as soon as possible.
Dude, imagine if Rue hatched them and one of his ancestral spirits went into each egg.
Oh no.
No,
Please
don't
kill
say
yourself.
that. Yeah, don't say such an awful thing.
Okay?
No
We want
miscegenation.
that.
That'd be a terrible.
Oh my god.
Wait, what did?
Okay.
Wait, what did Ashtorium say? What did Lucy say?
No, he didn't say anything.
He didn't say anything.
Pray the YouTube gods didn't pick that up.
Yeah. So, anyway, he just places them back into his backpack, and you know, slings it over his shoulders. Clearly,
We're gonna have
you
to
know,
find a female Draconin.
well, user Alexander lacks permission update setting. It keeps popping up.
No, I keep. That's because we're in the middle of his fucking aura.
Oh well.
No,
Either
I
way,
don't know.
Darks is like he's just accepted. It's like, well, we didn't bring them up because we were too busy in awe and thinking about everything else.
Dude, does detect magic detect me?
And they certainly had to have known. There was no doubt that they knew. Especially because Eternity knows. So clearly, that must mean they are elected. You know, they are supposed to stay with them. So there's no point arguing about it or fussing about it. It simply is, and you will just continue to have to be Daddy Darks for in the interim.
Hopefully there is a female of my kind somewhere within this city. They are very
Dark-
we are a very
No,
prolific.
you just have to revive Avina. Fine.
Darks does not look pleased at the idea of giving them over to a Silver Draconian female. Aren't most of your kin enslaved by a lich?
No, the opposite. Only my clan is damned. There are many clans of Silver Draconin, for we are among the most numerous. We walk in all corners of the earth, and in some places even where most other races dare not tread.
I would have them raised properly with good white Draconin education.
With
Not
anger, Narath flares up and says, "Well then, your brethren should have taken them along with eternity.
well.
I will not have the wider... I don't know, silver community? I don't know what he would say there. I will not have the wider silver race questioned on behalf of my clan."
Was one of the elders a woman?
Yeah, two of them were.
Yes, two of them were. That. I don't know what he's doing, but that's terrifying. I hate that noise.
Blink is going to shapeshift into one of the woman elders, and he's going to say, "Perhaps I can do it." With a shit-eating grin on his face.
Darks looks aghast and absolutely just a big. You could tell it's a big fuck off no.
She was a white Draconin, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Narath will say, "You're the wrong color. There are no brood mothers or matriarchs among
He
his
just
kind."
committed sacrilege.
Well, he's saying that because white Draconin give live birth. So, they're normal mothers, whereas silver do
Yeah,
not.
In fact, that's
they get
exactly what
pregnant
Narath said.
instead of lay eggs.
Their lots give birth live, whereas mine and the blues and what was the other one? The bronze. The bronze come from eggs.
Blink will turn back and say, "Oh, good. I didn't want to do it anyway."
I wouldn't have let you. They're mine. I will take care of them. I will do what is necessary.
I can be very caring when it comes to it.
I will locate
go look for Rink.
I will locate a sitter and see if the Sazarin can accommodate them. It does not have to be my color. It could be any color. It's simply more likely that my sort would be in a city like this. But perhaps there is a bronze enclave I did not scout out during my initial arrival.
For the moment, Dark says nothing, and he looks very set in his decision. This is how it's gonna be. So
you're gonna kill these things. You're unironically going to get them killed.
Dark is gonna kill them. He loves them very much.
Oh my god, there's a Draconin in the party that's going to get
wasn't like
killed?
a thing. Like they petrify over time. We have a timer before those things die, and we don't know how long it's been since they were separated from their mothers.
Yeah.
Well, I guess this would be a question for Pro, but how exactly does that work?
Yeah, can any warm anything keep them? Like, what does it take?
The quality of the... Excuse me 1 second, I have to sneeze.
Bless you.
Bless.
The quality of the hearth is going to be the main thing that you'd have to be concerned about.
Okay, good. Well, then Darks would keep them nice and warm.
Yeah, I assume it just needs to be warm and not too dry or something like that.
Yeah, well, he does have that nice, he's basically his furry bedroll around them and stuff, and...
Right.
It really was. It had the pulse for 10 minutes.
No, I just found out how to break it.
Oh, nice.
If you try it again, it should play quieter and less noisily, like shorter, smaller radius. And if not, I can still end it fast anyway. But I tried to tweak it so that I wasn't as dumb.
Darks then says, on the next time we are graced with my elder's presence, we will bring the matter up promptly, and we will do as they say.
All right, let's go see Rink. He alive? He's not in.
Oh yeah, when I leave, I assume I don't see him in this room.
No, you see less papers than initially that had been there. And as you come out here, we'll say that all of the papers that are on the that were like the reports of your interrogations, your discussions, your debriefings were also cleared. And as you all sort of spill out or most of you spill out into the debriefing hall. Yeah.
Boy.
Say a few minutes might pass before the great door spills open. And Rink strides forward, letting it shut behind him.
And sees Narath casting a spell next to you.
He looks over towards Narath, who is mid-cast, maybe a few minutes in. And he then looks to the rest of you and he says, "Is there a problem?"
Darks chuckles. When isn't there?
Blink will step forward and say, "No. I believe they were told to look for you, so we did."
"And you have found me. Most excellent. I have come bearing some news. We received an Inquisitor messenger. Loath as I am to speak with them, someone else was in my place. They have given us some assurances that their next assault on our place will not be coming anytime soon. But they are active. You are all to be wanted men if you spill out beyond the district da Sazarin. Still, investigations and operations demand your presence, so I do not say it with the intent to stop you, just to keep you apprised of the situation."
Blink, stepping forward, will say, "And I say we counterattack. Take them while they think they have some sort of initiative."
Indeed. What reason do we have to believe their words now? They are willing to take our lives. Are they not willing to lie to our faces?
Rink has a sort of amused expression on his face as he looks between Blink and then Silas, and he says, "The messenger did seem quite upset to have to be doing such a job. I don't trust them as far as I can throw them, but I can tell you this much. Their ranks are still marshalling. They're dealing with other unrests throughout the city. It will be some time before they can move upon us in such a formation. Otherwise, they would expose their Majesty's district to unsavory types. I propose, indeed, something of an initiative of our own," and he turns back to Blink as he says this, "rather than countering their assault with one of the same on their place of inhabitants, where we would surely be outnumbered. We should redouble efforts to investigate whatever's going on that isle, where the manor once stood, that manor that you all had bonded within." He says that with some hint of sarcasm. "I have a feeling that place still holds a clue."
So yeah, we're supposed to, as per the elder said, right? Like,
We're supposed to continue investigating, yeah.
Looking,
continue
they
investigating.
specifically mentioned finding the loosed
Forest
experiments, and
Yeah, that too.
yeah, But also that
Yeah,
the
no.
link between Akranon and the elves was not clear. Same for the same as in some ways there's overlap there with what Rink said, where he said that the like the elders said that the degree to which the elves serve Akranon is not yet immediately known, and that needs to be investigated. He also Rink said that the connection between Akranon and the Inquisition is not proven to the same extent that it is between the Akranon and the elves, and so trying to figure that out is like the next stage of their plans, and that's what they're investigating now. But obviously, a lot of efforts had to be placed upon the the Crown's Guard because they literally assaulted manor grounds, right? So they had to focus on that for the time being.
Dark's still rather ignorant and quite confused about the matter. Says, "Enlighten me. Why is a king attacking his own people? I do not understand."
Rink will look towards Darix and state plainly, "My opinions on the subject are not shared by many in my order, nor many of anyone around this place. I think the king is a skinwalker."
Dark's
Quite the
Lorath raises an eyebrow.
Blink will look at his own hands.
Dark's not knowing what this is, but putting context together. Is that like many points to Blink? Him? A changer?
There are some similarities, but the skinwalker absorbs memories and perhaps even will of its victims. Whereas Blink here only requires a good look at someone to adopt their visage. The skinwalker is a possessing fiend.
Is there anything pleasant on this continent?
Blink.
Do I know if skinwalkers
Is
are
that
native to this
Torium?
continent or they exist across many continents?
Hold on to that question, Ashtorium. So Narath, you would know that skinwalkers are like very rare, at least perhaps confirmed cases are very rare. It is a very outlandish theory, but it's almost out of place in how Rink seems very well put together, very confident, very assertive. He's got like everything he needs. The only time you saw a flaw in that was when you handed him the Lich thing. And so for him to have this outlandish theory is a bit of a shock.
Based. I like it more.
Lorath will say, "That's a rather bold claim, assassin. Even in my former master's service, there were few bound to him."
I think
whoever
Blink and Ashtorium were also
assassinated your king and replaced him would have to be very powerful.
Blink can go ahead if he's going to say that or do something.
Blink will be looking at Rink, and assuming Rink is even paying like attention to him, he will see Blink almost looking like a child who like saw a toy that they really want, and Blink will say, "Please let me be a Kingslayer, please."
And did Ashtorium have something to say or ask?
No, Ashtrain was making a joke based on what Derek said about there being nothing good on this continent.
Oh, what did he say? I missed it.
He's like, "Is there nothing good on this continent?" And I said, "Ashtorium."
Ah. That's it.
This is true.
Darks looks even more confused and then says, so a skinwalker kills your monarch and then coerces his inquisitorial forces to conspire with a demon to blow up the city? I don't quite understand.
It is indeed a plot
Narath
that
will
is
say,
beyond my comprehension, too. What was Narath going to say?
Narath will say, I do not believe whatever forces that drive the king, be they his own natural betrayal or a more outlandish means, are aligned with Akranon. They are the Inquisition. God, I just cannot do the voice today. The Inquisition has been destroying the Elven. Has been destroyed the Elven Manor, along with many of the abominations. If they were aligned, I doubt that this course of action would have been taken.
So it is the elves and this Akranon against the Inquisition and a Skinwalker King, against us, against the otherworldly entities from hellish realms who
And the
have
Black
their own.
Nexus.
Yes, and that Well, one thing is certain sure, life here is never dull.
For anyone who can see Blink's face, which I imagine probably isn't many since he's most likely facing away from the party, he is getting more and more excited as Darix is listing off their long list of enemies. And he will say, Yes, Darix. And I will be a God Slayer and a King Slayer. This will be great.
Dark
Narath
snorts.
raises his eyebrow.
It's like, you will be none of those with that level of arrogance. Remember what we are truly here for.
Rink will sort of clear his throat as he steps forward and he says, I admire your gumption, Blink. But regardless of what is truly going on with the king, our investigation starts at a lower level. I've put a tail on some of the operatives of the Inquisition that continue to move through Sazarin district, and we shall see who among them emerges as leaders in their covert war against us.
Darks will speak up again and say, what is it exactly you do that you have incurred the wrath of Crown, Inquisition, and yet murderers and criminals that you are feel some sort of loyalty towards both your people and the well-being of the realm? I cannot say I have ever heard of rogues and ruffians and murderers wishing to align themselves against demons.
If all we did was murder and rough up, we would be on the receiving end of the Inquisition and their many Crown's Guard, and rightfully so. But this time it has been given to us as a reward for our good deeds. That is why I suspect ill fate for the true monarch. No human king has ever elected to wage such war on their own kind.
Your monarch, is he just and fair in rule?
He sought such an outcome.
And you are loyal to him?
To de Sazarin first, and then to the king.
Darks does not look like he likes that, but he nods his head. He just says,
He says,
he got owned.
sorry, that's all. Is all he
Oh,
says.
exactly.
My bad. My
Oh.
bad. My bad. I apologize.
He's having
So,
pizza, dude.
Pizza.
was Pizza Boy concluded, or?
Yes, obviously. Pizza is something that Dark says in person, in character. Pizza.
Come on.
Pizza,
Yeah.
pizza.
Everybody knows about pizza.
Yes,
There are canonical Italians. Norath will say, in any case, I believe it is wise to investigate the ashes of the manor again. That said, there are other matters as well. I know I spoke to you already, Assassin, of requiring a list of Silver Draconin. I have one more request that is aligned with that. Any female Draconin of metallic color would also be useful.
Rink nods his
They're
head
people
as
too.
would you Rink
They're
nods.
people too.
He nods his head as he as if this is a normal request almost, like he's not fazed by it at all. And he says, I shall add it to the list then. It may take a bit longer to compile.
Take all
Fair
the
enough.
time you need, Dark says.
Got him.
Norathan says, well, I do not think there is much more to question, is there? And he looks at the group.
Dark shakes his head.
All right. What about Silas,
but-
Row, and Blink?
Silas will take a step forward and he'll say to Rink, should we ever find ourselves in a compromising position, what is the best way for us to alert the Sazarins that we may need aid or secrecy?
Blink has seen many of our operatives before, as has Ashtorium. He can certainly share with you the best ways of identifying our kind. Our operatives in the field will also recognize you, so long as you do not change your appearances too much, though that would, in some ways, be advisable. Oh. He stops mid-sentence as he listens as if trying to hear something nearby. There's nothing immediately audible to any of you, though. Then he says, it seems she's arrived. I believe you know this one. And he pushes the door open, revealing...
So,
Oh, that's not Chicken Lady.
I thought it was going to be
I have comprehend languages on, right?
Ah!
Dude, that's
She's
so going
here.
to be the fucking chicken lady.
It is the orc. Genra, I believe, was her name.
Blink really wants to shoot her.
Well, if it isn't this one.
Dark looks at Silas and says, I remember absolutely nothing about this one.
That's because Nerath knocked her out before you were able to speak with her.
I see.
Silas will meet your gaze, Derek's, and he'll gesture to the mark of Severus on his hand, and he'll say, this one also bears the mark, Derek's.
I see. Well, that makes her an ally then, yes?
This is a good
Yes.
sign, Derek's. This means that the dwarves kept their word, and that they are more trustworthy than they initially claimed.
Are the stunted ones generally not creatures of their word?
Well, they were in a sensitive position. You must understand that they really put their necks out for us, being in between strangers and the full weight of the state.
No, that is good. There is some nobility to be found here.
Narath will recognize that Rink is speaking in Agatak to Genra, who is using the Orcish tongue to perform some sort of negotiation. Genra still speaks of dwarves and liars, but Rink is seemingly unfazed, and he says something to the effect of the dwarves are not the problem any longer. There is a larger threat that looms, and besides, you're now with an agent of Savras once again. And she, like, with a glower, kind of looks towards Silas, but it's going to be an interesting expression since Silas can't understand anything that's being said. Only Narath can, as well as obviously the two speakers. With Genra just like being animated and then looking really angrily towards Silas, it's not going to seem like a welcoming expression.
Catching the gaze, Silas will look to her with a friendly face, and he'll simply raise his hand and point at the symbol of Savras.
It does seem to soften her expression a little bit, and she turns to Rink and says the equivalent of fine, and like exasperatedly like walks over towards you, Silas, but then kind of stops and considers things for a moment and looks towards Ro and speaks in like the kind of broken language that they were trying to speak to each other before. Something to the effect of, "Great-haired one, help speak."
Okay, what do you need me to say? And he speaks in Gogrish to her, obviously.
Right, yeah. And she's like,
Narath.
What do you got? Go ahead.
Narath rolls
is gonna
intimidate.
Narath actually is gonna message. He's not gonna say this. Actually, he's gonna message. I'm not gonna do the spell.
Do it.
'cause fuck
Do it.
my
I
ears.
changed the volume.
Fine, let me find the spell.
Oh, here we
It still
go.
fucks my ears. I blame you.
See?
That wasn't as bad.
Hallelujah.
Yeah.
So he's gonna message Ro, and he's gonna say to him, "Tell her that I can understand her in her native tongue and translate more accurately, so she does not need to sound so primitive."
Okay. Genra, the Silver Draconin, Narath, says he is able to understand you, though he cannot speak your language. So that if you speak to him, he may be able to understand.
Yes, I'm sure she'll want to talk to the one who knocked her out.
With a face that belies great anger, she looks to Narath, not being that much shorter than him, and says, "I would not speak to this one."
How angry does that sound to
So
me?
Narath looks at her and just smiles.
Pretty like angry, but not like about to fight, just like indignant.
Dark's feeling a little humorous this morning. Says, "I think I like her already."
Just because she's angrily speaking at Narath.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what the
he
language.
doesn't even
Doesn't matter what the words are.
has no idea what she's saying. Our boy's developing a sense of humor.
And so Ro's gonna turn to Narath and speak in common and be like, "It seems like she does not want to speak with you."
I heard her, Narath says.
What did he say?
He said,
He says, "I heard her."
Yeah.
He says, "Tell her that.
Well, can
He
you
then
do
looks
it?
to Rink and says, "Since I am of no help, surely you speak a tongue that she does not so she does not need to sound like she was hit over the head when she was 2.
Well, yes, he speaks Orcish, Akatosh or whatever it's called.
Akatosh, the
Akatosh.
Skyrim scroll shit.
What was it? It was something similar to that.
Agatek, yeah.
Yeah.
I thought Alexander was gonna go Agatosh these nuts or something. So.
Darks would never.
We are never getting out of this room.
What do you mean?
Gonna be fucking...
What do you mean? Like we're fine. We're fine.
We're chilling.
Yeah, they were. She and the Knoll were going to converse, but Narath was like, "Oh, I care about her dignity all of a sudden."
No, it was about getting information across efficiently rather than going, "Yes, ooga booga, ooga."
Well,
Rink looks
unfortunately,
Rink kind of like arches an eyebrow at Narath and says, "What do you mean you're of no help? I thought you could understand her."
Yes, but she refuses to speak in anything but the barbarian, in anything but the broken tongue.
It seems that our companion Narath had performed actions against the green-skinned female, which has resulted in her permanent displeasure.
I saved her life. I could have killed her.
Perhaps I can help.
Yes, let's... Silas, please.
Silas will clutch his spellcasting focus, and he will think to himself, Savros, another of us is among us. Yet, we cannot achieve our goals if we cannot think the same way. And then he will look to the orc and reach out to touch her forehead. And as he does, he will activate the arcane vision.
There you go.
Nice.
Attempting to sort of join her consciousness, right?
An attempt to see if Savros will give her the boon of the common language.
Savros has beamed the information of common into her mind.
Well, Savros could cast comprehend languages on her.
This is true.
Blink getting antsy because he really wants to go kill some more elves is gonna start to head towards the door, but he will wait for everyone.
Roth spiritually agrees.
I'm going to try to remember to tell you guys the alternative to this whole ordeal that you're going through. But I appreciate Silas doing his thing. It's nice to invoke Savros. Savros does not initially seem to respond to the request more directly, but you get the sense that if you're able to perform, say, a successful religion check, you might be able to bend his ear.
Bet.
Let's do it.
I have to assist with this. Wow.
You can't. That's not possible. Okay.
I wanted to see what I would get.
Yeah. All right. With a result of 15, Savros is. Why are you playing chess, Narath?
In his head.
Mental chess. With a roll of 15, Silas, you examine your you sort of re-examine your prayer a moment and try to adjust it and commune more deeply with Savros. You sense another spirit communing with you. It is that of Genra the orc, who seems to be locked in her own prayer of sorts. in an attempt to gain whatever knowledge you are promising. You detect within her this unresolved purpose, this desire, this need to finish something that has been started long ago. Old hatreds, perhaps, some sort of vicious rivalry between clans. It simmers and bubbles beneath every action she seems to have taken, and every action she continues to take. You get the sense it has been subdued, it has been tamed, perhaps, by recent events that would have seen her otherwise give in to it in full. The rage and the fury of this great warrior is certainly something to behold, even in this abstract, holy way that Savras provides you the porthole for. Then, as if searing into her mind, you start to briefly comprehend some of the words she had said before, speaking of the ills of dwarves and their contemptuous nature, and her relief at seeing another agent of Savras being quickly washed away by indignation at her quest being sidelined. That's all you see before the steady hand of Savras pulls you back to the mortal realm and separates your thumb from the orc's head. She looks down at you slightly, standing at about 6.5 feet herself, and then looks around at the rest of the group. Her eyes are like a shocked animal. She's experiencing something, but she's very tentative, very slow to make any sudden movements.
Dirks will ask if she's well.
She looks to you with her eyes dart to you with this shocked expression, Darix. She says nothing. Her breath quivers.
He takes a step forward, like one of his palms lights up as if he's preparing to cast lay on hands on her, because she looks out of it, and but before he does so, he just kind of wants affirmation, essentially. He doesn't just want to put his palm on her forehead, because Silas just did that. Something weird just happened, so he's kind of...
Genra, did you understand him?
Her breath catches in her throat as she looks towards Ro. She takes a step back to size everybody up in the group. Rink also takes a step back, clearly impressed by this display.
Darks lowers his hand, although it's still kind of glowing. I think she can understand us. He points to himself and gives a very slight bow of his head. I am Darks. Who are you?
Without responding yet, she looks from Darix back to Silas, and with a large, slightly oversized arm and hand and finger pointing directly at you, Silas, she says, in perfect common, "What have you done to me?" And then looks upon herself almost for a moment and steps back again, shocked that those words fell out of her lips.
Darix looks at Silas and says, "Did you use the power of Savras upon her?"
I did not simply use the power of Savos Derricks. I prayed to him and requested that we be able to communicate, for we share a purpose, but we do not share a tongue. And I will look to the work, and I will gesture to the mark of Savros on my hand, and then I kind of look towards hers, and I'll say, "Fear not. I only wish to bridge the gap between us. We share a common goal, yet we do not share a common tongue. Do you understand now?"
Deep suspicion still sits behind her eyes, but she sort of settles for a moment, her breath steadying. I have never uttered a word of this language before, yet I understand everything you say, and I sound so traditional. She says that with venom.
You speak very well.
Eloquence is no business of an orc.
Well, is temper?
She glowers at you silently.
Your
This is
business
good.
is whatever your god dictates it is, and it seems that includes speaking common now.
Is it such an offense to speak common tongue?
It may not be ideal for you, but imagine the good we can do together if we can only coordinate.
Her eyes
Dark
kind of slightly roll backwards, and she almost like settles on her heels, and she gazes towards the ceiling with her eyes shut. She says, "Now I will know what they scream as I tear them limb from limb. What a curse this is upon me!"
Dark's-
Let her to row.
Right.
At least she's not a sadist like the changeling.
Blink will pipe up from the top of the steps. He is sitting not facing the party. He will say, "That doesn't sound like a curse. Say, now that I can talk to you, do you remember the feeling of my rapier?"
Oh shit! Don't do that, you.
Dark sighs.
Oh, Blink.
Please, Lady Greenskin, forgive me, I do not know your name. Pay him no mind, or the Silver One. Both of them are prone to rash and insensitive action.
The orc's brow furrows, and she looks to Blink, and then to Narath, and then to Darix. Says, "Brash and insensitive are supposed to be positive traits, yet these 2 are not positive."
Darks looks very thoughtful about that for a moment, and he kind of like rubs his cheek. It's like brash and sensitive are positive traits.
Blink hears this, and he'll look over his shoulder, and he'll, with a smirk, looking at Genra, will say, "And yet I positively kicked your ass."
Why does that runt speak as if he has done battle with me? I have never seen him in my life.
He is
yes,
an interesting one, able to
yes,
change his form.
yes. You most likely have done battle with him, although I confess to knowing very little.
Here?
I don't know.
I have no idea.
Darks is just trying. Darks is just trying to calm her down so that she's more willing to work. And
Blink is trying to shit stir.
Yeah, and Blink is trying to shit stir. And so, you know, Darks is just trying to be
if
there.
Genra is looking at Blink, she will see the face of Javai staring back at her.
Well, thank
Blink, Darks. That's what I'll say.
Thankfully for Blink, perhaps, Silas has moved closer to her, and so she's regarding him for now.
Dark slowly approaches Blink and he grabs him by the ear. Like a father scolding a child. She is to be our ally. Cease. And then he like smacks him upside the head. Not hard, just like kind of enough, you know? Again, just like a dad. And then, like, you know, moves away.
Little pat on the back of the head.
Yeah,
Blink
yeah, a
stabbed
little.
you in the back for disrespecting him.
I don't think so. Blink's not that way. Not with Darks anyway.
Well, no, Blink knows he's being a shithead right now.
Yeah, he deserves that. Yeah, he knows exactly what he's doing.
So what was Silas going to say to her?
Do not worry about the words of my compatriots. It is true that we are of different kin and different pasts. We come from different places, but you and I, together, we are both marked by Sazarin. Perhaps we share a common goal, and that is why I have sought to communicate with you. We are here in this place to fulfill this goal, and if we can do it together, perhaps we can do it better.
There are some times that call for more bodies. Some battles that demand more warriors. Great fights require greater fighters. Are you to be this pack of great fighters? She looks across the whole room, and Rink, with what you imagine must be a smirk underneath his bandana, says, "Actually, I have places to be, but I shall be in touch." And he begins to slink off towards the other room.
Darks looks at
the mention of "are we to be the pack of great fighters?" Norath says, "The 30 dead Crown's Guard is proof enough of that."
That's what Dark's gonna say. Yes, we slaughtered many of them last night, including an Inquisitor and I do not know. I have never seen one of him before. He's a mountain of a man.
Stone
Gogrami, Norath says.
Yes, one of those.
Indeed.
Not all our own, but by the grace of heaven. But still, all the same, they now lay dead.
We would not be here before you if we had not slain many a foe to reach this point. You need not question our eligibility as fighters.
I believe this is probably the first true point in time since our first meeting that we have had, well, any ability to relax. For the past few days, we have been constantly slaughtering enemies before us.
Her ears perk up at this, and she looks to you, Ro, and says, "I desire this deeply."
Well, stick with us. We seem to find enemies everywhere we go.
Dark sighs audibly. Another person who's just like, I can't wait to kill people.
Should go on well with Blink.
Maybe you're the problem, Dark.
Maybe Darks is. Darks and Silas are the only ones who are just like, I don't really want to go around killing everybody all the time.
Silas hasn't even told you that he's not really a member of the Order of Sazarin.
No, he is.
Well, yeah. Yes.
He's renegade.
In the making.
Ro speaks true. Wherever we go, violence, bloodshed, and death seem to follow. You will not be short of any of that. Tell me, if you will, what is it you desire? I know, largely, while my companions fight. Why do you?
She looks to you, Darix, and says, "A retribution. I slaughter because my kin have been slaughtered. Yet I must stay my axe and my fists, my teeth and my claws. She looks like she's about to list off several other weapons, but catches herself. I must stay my blades, my weapons, for there must be other targets, or so I am informed by that strange-smelling man that introduced me.
You fight for justice for the fallen, then. It is a noble cause.
Our god was slaughtered long ago. We fight in his name.
Dark nods his head. I respect that.
Looking through the rest of the party, she says, I was told you seek information. Perhaps we start with this one. And she stretches out her form almost as if to extend her body as wide and puff out her chest and extend her arms up towards the sky and lets out a ferocious roar. Above her projects a bizarre image that is undeniably recognizable.
Oh dear.
The Azure Draconin that seemed to channel energies of fallen spirits. It is certainly the same one that had been found several times in the cavern that had accosted you.
Is he still alive?
Says, my escaped prisoner.
Why are you shooting the apparition above her?
Why? Why?
Blank's got an itchy trigger finger and wants to see something bleed.
Oh, so he's not alive. Is he a spirit? I don't know.
She's projecting this image of this guy, like,
Yes.
somehow through some.
Yeah, I know.
Dirk, yeah. Dirk turns around to Blink and scowled.
I didn't do anything, dude.
No, he was bidding. He's not really role playing.
He's only trolling us and not the characters.
Oh, okay. Exactly. I thought he actually did that. I was like, oh my god, please don't turn into the rat.
The visage of the man vanishes as her roar comes to a close. She catches her breath for a moment and then looks up and says, "Have you seen him?"
We fought him. And the Silver One had him for a time as a prisoner, but within the caverns he was lost.
Arath growls, "You took him from me before I could extract a confession. I can only guess that he escaped because of your actions."
She looks to Narath with a mixture of confusion and indignation and says, "The one I took was not real."
Narath raises an eyebrow. "Explain."
"Through some foul magics, I blame the dwarves. Every time we walked through those caves and wound up in a new location, we wound up in a different time."
A different time? I had no idea such a thing was possible.
Well then.
That one spoke of skewering me with a rapier. But when I stumbled backwards, bleeding to my death, I was healed.
Narath frowns and says, "And the rotten thing was alive, is alive. It's somewhere in there."
Dude, this means I lied my way through space-time. Holy shit, that's so epic.
You
I actually
did,
get on my level.
You
I
did.
literally lied to the universe.
You did. You
To the multiverse,
metaphysical liar.
Gaslit the
I lied so hard I time traveled. Get fucked, buddy.
Oh man, just what we need. Blink with Mormon ego.
No, that's
So-
all. That's not something Blink knows. Like he doesn't really understand.
Yeah, I know.
But you know, it's pretty good.
Your brother.
Yeah. My brother with more of an ego. Yeah.
So Genra, you want us to track down the Blood Knight again?
She looks to you, Ro, and says, "Creatures of fearsome power. He will be a worthy fight, and perhaps also assist you all in your efforts."
He
You think
will
he would
assist us?
assist us? Yeah.
Once Genra conquers him, he will obey. She seems oddly
isn't it-
sure of herself about this.
How do
And
you
how will
plan
you
to do
achieve
that?
that, Orcus?
She gestures to an ornamental-looking battle axe on her waist. Its hilt is sets it apart from other such weaponry. It's been bedazzled with glowing bones, small little fragments. I fashioned this myself. She removes it from the strap and spins it around, catching it by the blade to show the hilt more in more detail. The blade's as good as any. The hilt, though. And she thumbs the bone fragments that glow and scintillate in a way not unfamiliar to one such as Blink with his eyes. It has the power to bend will. I rarely need it. But it can come in handy. She holsters the axe again.
So it is some kind of magically dominating weapon.
Rather
And-
dark for an agent of Severus. Rat notes.
Besides a scowl towards Narath, Genra has no immediate response.
You will best this Blood Knight and compel him with your magical axe to share information.
She kind of shrugs towards Darix and says, "If that is what will assist."
What do you think will assist, Green Lady?
Green.
She looks at her axes and then looks over towards Ro and says, "More axes like that one's."
Yes, I do respect your preference for brute force and power, but that will not alleviate us of every obstacle in our way.
Narath will say, if we could get a confession using that command item, it could help us to figure out just how exactly your charges fit into the bigger picture, Darix. We still do not know how or why they are collecting what they are collecting, or why the blue served, seemingly willingly, elven masters.
Yes, I still remember that he looked insulted, indignant, when it was mentioned that he serves necromancers and evil people. He did not look pleased. Don't you think if that were not the case, he would not have made that? Perhaps he is like doing something against his own will, or he has been deceived.
I personally suspect he has been charmed in some way. Either that, or when being taken as a babe, has been simply raised, much like Blink here, to be in service to his faction.
I do not understand. Why would a Draconin serve an elf?
There is little choice when that elf is all you've ever known. No clan or kin to guide you. Just a elven woman and a taskmaster.
Well, the only
He hardly,
way to find
he
out.
probably never even knew anyone.
I'm starting to get the impression that there are many here on this continent without mother or father.
How are we still in this room?
You're not.
Well,
You're outside.
We are never.
You're
we are
outside.
Never leaving.
That's
Yeah,
right.
Do you think
no.
that we are leaving that door and this session is getting anywhere?
Yeah, it's almost
Not
1
happy.
o'clock, brother. Like this is we're slowing down. My eyes are heavy.
It's a slower
Knees
session in
weak,
general.
arms
Yeah,
forget.
yeah,
that's fine.
exactly.
We can at least leave the room, though. Sure.
Yeah, we are about to finish conversation and leave the room, and then you can fantasize about your bloodthirst.
We haven't even asked her about the strange smelling man.
Yes,
She
which
was
is
talking
exactly
about
what-
Rink.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
Rink.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there was
okay.
no question there.
You guys haven't smelled him though, so you don't know if he's strange smelling.
Yeah.
Norath
Well,
I
can't
was gonna
smell
have
him
to smell him.
effectively.
Yeah, exactly. Narath doesn't know what a strange
Norath
smell
will
is.
then say, "So we have a common enemy, even if our goals misaligned within the cave, in terms of how to deal with that enemy." Now,
You won't
I
go
am
knocking her
personally-
upside the head again, will you?
well, that depends how she answers this next question.
Oh, lovely.
Norath
Oh,
says
Norath.
as he looks to, as he locks eyes with her, and he says, "How does an orc come into the service of the magical god?"
At first, she's predictably angry looking because Narath is speaking. But the question,
Norath is
the question gives her a little bit of pause, and she looks over the room and says, "My entrance to the Order of Savros was long ago. I do not wish to divulge details of my childhood to you or anyone in this room. But perhaps it can be best summarized as a lifelong quest." And then she looks to Darix for justice. Darix is pretty sure she doesn't know what Darix meant by justice, but she's using that word because,
Dark's
Wants to make him happy.
yeah, Dark's is pleased by this. He's like, though there are innumerable differences between us, I can relate greatly to what you say. So, it would be a pleasure if you were to join us in our mission. You can hack and cleave and butcher and seek the justice you so desire, and we will do ours.
It should be noted, Orc, that our current mission also takes us back to the masters of the Blue Draconin. If you want answers, or a chance to run into him again and bind him to your will, it is probably your best bet that you stick with us. Stirring trouble with the elves, as we do, would likely draw his attention, if he still yet lives.
Dark nods.
She tilts her head at Narath and then looks over the whole rest of the party and says, I will need some sort of disguise, lest the humans and other smooth ones point me out.
Darks looks rather puzzled. Scratches his throat.
Probably thinking, but Ro walks around.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, and I walk around. Narath walks around. We all walk around.
Well, at least Draconin aren't known for being, well, at least most of them, being brutal murderers who run around, killing everyone.
Yeah.
Perhaps
The party will just hear Blake say, and this will do. And they will turn to see him standing and holding a very long and large cloak.
Narath will say, perhaps it is best that we ask Rink if he has anything more substantial in terms of disguises.
Genra doesn't let Narath finish and just walks past him to grab the cloak and says,
No.
Yes, this will do. And dons it.
Yeah.
Good.
We still have all the black cloaks we were given by Blink, right?
I think so, yeah. I don't think you guys ever gave him back.
No.
All right. Narath cloaks up and shrugs and says, I'm well enough to kill more Kingsguard. If this proves insufficient.
Darks does not wish to go killing anymore, but it seems that his party has gotten some bloodthirst, so that's what we're off to go do.
Well, he's just saying if they get caught, right? That's all.
Oh, yeah.
You know we're going to end up killing more stuff.
Oh, yeah, of course. But doesn't mean Darks wants to go. Yeah, Darks doesn't want to, It's like, I literally just woke up. Like, I haven't even had breakfast yet. It's like, yeah, let's go.
To war.
Yeah, let's go investigate and kill a bunch of pointy ears.
Yeah. Well, we won't intend to, but somehow it'll turn into killing 100 elves.
It will.
Narath said we should genocide the whole Elven Quarter, so...
Yes, well...
we're going, boys.
Forgive Darks if he's less genocidal than Narath.
Yeah. Darks wishes that he could meet, like, a nice, demure lady of another race. Because so far, the ladies... They're not very good showings for the first
To be
people.
fair, it's been a dark elf and an orc.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey,
well, I mean, the chicken
Narath.
lady's nice.
The chicken lady was fine, yeah.
Yeah, you got a demure lady. Never mind, you can't complain.
Yeah, the chicken. Well, he didn't really speak much to the chicken lady.
Yeah, it was mostly Blink.
That was all you. Yeah, you were like, oh, chicken lady, chicken lady. So.
Was that the sound he made? Chicken lady?
Yeah, chicken lady.
Yeah. Lady chick. Oh.
Don't do that, you goober.
I am shocked, still shocked that nobody has asked Darks anything about the things he said. It's like
nobody's asked Narath to explain and confess himself either, so it's
no. Darks was actually going.
Did not corner him.
No, Darks was tired. I was actually going to do that when we woke up, but everybody was like,
But then
let's
everybody ran out to talk to Rink, and then Rink was like, hey, go investigate this stuff.
Yeah, I was like, wait a minute, no, I want to get the confession that he keeps saying he was going to tell me. And it's like, well, no, now we're talking to Rink. And then the orc lady showed up. I'm like, well, fuck it.
I also love how it's just Darax who gives a shit.
Silas got pointed
It's like
out.
no one else wants the Lich explanation. It's like, oh yeah,
Darks wants.
Well,
yeah.
I think the problem is Ro hasn't really put two and two together that it's actually a Lich.
Well, Narath said out loud in the communal meeting, I am the slave to an evil Lich from the continent.
Yes.
I don't know if Blake knows what a Lich is. I don't know that he cares.
Well,
yeah, Blake makes sense. He's a psychopath. It doesn't matter.
He only cares in as much as he can be Lich Slayer.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
He's like, is that a type of royalty?
Yeah, if you tell him that a Lich is really powerful, then he'll say, all right, we can kill him.
You say, Blink.
Let me
a
put it
Lick
this way.
is
Let me
a
put it this
super
way. If he kills
evil
the Lich, he's
skeleton
also a
king.
Kingslayer and maybe a Godslayer. It's okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, Darks definitely wants to know, and you know, he's very eager to know. But you know, the game moves on, and I don't want to hold the game back just for my sake. So,
Mhm.
it'd be.
I do think
what it
the
be.
party needs to sit down and actually talk.
Yes,
but
we literally have not
we
done that.
keep not doing that.
Well, if you guys
I want
decide,
to
do that
if you guys
right
decide
now.
to take a like a caravan type deal or whatever, on your way there, you know, you're riding on a buggy or whatever instead of like inside a buggy that has like enough seats for all of y'all, or you know, whatever. It could even be separate buggies. Anyway, if you want to use some of the coin that Order to Sazarin has for that kind of treatment, that would be one way to do it, right? So,
Yeah,
never thought that way.
I would like to slow down, but I have some bloodthirsty people in my party who, you know,
the orc
can't
doesn't
sit
help.
still. Yeah, the
Yeah.
orc has ADHD, having head ass. You
I
know,
like how she's like, I would like to murder lots of things, and Rose like, oh, well then you're in the right place.
Yeah,
Dark's
Rose like that's
yeah, you're in the
unfortunately
right
we haven't been
place."
able to do anything other than kill people, and she looks at him with deep desire in her eyes. Like that's exactly
Dark's
what I
like-
need.
Yeah, Dark's is like, yeah, you're in the right party.
Yeah, Dark starts crying again. Like, "Fuck."
Yeah,
A chaotic good murder hobo.
Yeah, he's just like, I just want a normal person. Where's the normal people?
I think Silas is the only one.
Silent, yes, but Silas never talks really. He rarely speaks.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a man of few words.
He's a man of few words. There's
The only person who speaks less is Astorium.
Yes,
Three
exactly.
crows slumber shack.
Oh shit! He actually
Shit.
fell asleep.
He fell asleep. Damn.
That's all right. He only missed talking about orcs and stuff.
That's true. Well,
Not much
I-
got done in this session. I feel like.
I think.
It's
What
like-
do you mean?
Well, there was
I
the elder
There's the communion,
thing, and then
but
we
then
talked
it's
to
like-
Rink a little bit.
I think plenty enough got done in this session. It just wasn't,
Yeah.
you know, action packed. I think plenty enough. I would like to have more, like talking, but you
Yeah.
know, is what it is. So we already had we went to 3 a.m. last time. So
Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah,
definitely don't want to do that again.
yeah, and I've had a lot of alcohol tonight, so it definitely wouldn't be doable if I wanted to.
I have a
Especially if it's-
TPP next
no.
week.
Yeah. Switching over to the
Actually,
other
yes.
campaign. What do you guys think?
So yes, I think we should have a caravan, if just to force, like the only time in this stupid campaign where people will be forced to talk to each other for more than
Can we
5
just-
minutes.
Can we just
I
yada
just wanna be
yada
my
that
bird.
we did that this session
What
and not, you know, like
Oh, you don't want to role play it in real time, you're saying, is what basically.
no, because good God, things move slow enough.
Yeah.
No, they
I
don't.
will point out, this is the truck you get with 6 players, and this is with Ashtoria mostly just kind of watching, so
Mhm.
imagine if we had 6
Yeah.
players who were as active as, like, you know, Darex or Narath or so.
Yeah.
Shambler being the most active and picking up Ashtorium's slack.
See?
Yeah,
Yeah.
look,
I wasn't
I'm
the most
ha-
active this session. This session it was mainly Darax and Silas.
Yeah.
I feel like.
Listen, look. I'm here to role play. Okay?
Yeah.
That's what I'm here for. So that's what I'm gonna do. I
Okay,
can
but we
murder
don't need the
hobo
role play buying a
in
card.
video games. Oh yeah,
under
no,
the
we don't have to
Sazarin.
do that. No, please God, no. That's boring and awful.
No,
Well,
no,
we don't have to roleplay buying the cart. We'll just roleplay that we're in the cart.
Yeah, we're in the car and we're
We skip to we're in the cart.
Yeah, we can just skip to that
Okay,
part.
I thought Shambler was asking to skip the talking too, or like summarize.
No, we're
No,
not
no,
skipping the
no.
talking. No.
You really think I would turn down the chance to use all the titles of Farron?
True.
Yeah, no. You think you he want to take the opportunity to talk his ass off about whatever? Come on. Now.
His edgy
Come on.
backstory, yeah, he's got to talk about it.
Yeah, exactly. He set the whole complicated mess up. It's why his character's been a pain in the ass this entire time. So we're gonna get it all.
We're gonna get to it.
We're gonna get that dump. We're gonna get the backstory dump
That's right.
I have a little bit of taste. We'll leave some things in the back burner.
All right,
No,
so
you're gonna confess.
I think,
All of next session will just be everyone's backstory.
yeah. So I feel like there's two schools of thought. Like, my decision to make it so that the communion was group communion and not like just RX was mostly because I wanted everybody to be involved in that, right? Like everybody
Yes,
Right.
it
had
is
to
very
share
nice.
some of that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Um,
I like that.
So that worked out pretty well, I thought. But like, so there's two groups schools of thought for the caravan talk. Is we put like and like together. So it would be like one caravan would be, Darix, Ro, and Narath, and the other one would be Blink, Ashtorium, Silas, and Genra. And then it would be like we'd have some of them talking to each other about like the deep Narath stuff and the confession there, and then the others would be talking about something probably silly by comparison, but maybe it could be something more personal. Anyway, the point I was thinking, that would be one option. The other option would be everybody in the same one, and
Everyone in the same one.
that does allow for some help there. But if the conversation gets to the point where it's mostly a few people talking back to back and the others not being involved or not being able to be roped in, that could be difficult, right? And so I guess sometimes conversations like that are easier at the beginning of a session when everybody still has plenty of energy and they can pay attention to all the ins and outs. So maybe it does make sense to have that be an opener, but yeah, I don't know. It's definitely a thing to
Well,
think
I
about.
feel like we would probably, or at least what Ro would want to do, is for each person to have a turn
Yeah.
to talk about themselves and share about themselves and how they got here and everything, so that everybody actually understands each other.
Right.
Yes, absolutely, I agree. And the first thing we'll probably be asked will be, first off, Dark's gonna be like, "Tell me about confess right now." And then probably following that conversation, Narath will be to Derek's, "Okay, explain all this Starfather gobbledygook shit."
Yep.
And then everyone else can have their whatever.
Like Blink kind of
I
already
think-
gave his origin to Darix earlier, but he could maybe go into more detail or something.
But that way everybody knows instead of
Right.
Yeah,
because I feel like
that's
half
one of the reasons
characters
why I
don't know
have
anything about the other half.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons
absolutely.
why I think it's good for everybody to be in the same area, so we don't have to like do the classic. I tell you everything I told the other guy, and it's like you condense like 10 minutes of role play into that one sentence or something.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, absolutely.
Little silly.
Yeah. I think a nice round robin
Yeah.
kind of thing will get perfect.
And then we can use it to get Genra to open up. Like,
Yeah.
your turn, Genra.
All right, tell us, sweetheart.
Now that you know that you're in the tent of a vengeance null, a kidnapped baby, a murder psychopath machine, a rogue magic cop, and the herald of the undead master of the foreign lands. What's your backstory, little orc woman?
Yeah, and then there's Darks, who's just a guy. That's basically what he is. He's just
Paladin
a guy.
on a pilgrimage. Yeah.
Yes, it's like there's no complicated, there's no edgy backstory. It's just like, I'm here on my pilgrimage. Oh my God, it's horrible here.
Why
That's
are
it.
all of you people broken?
yeah, why are all of you awful to each other? And why are people exploding? And why are you trying to sacrifice unborn children? What the fuck is happening on this continent? It's literally like being on an entire whole world.
I know. Well,
Poor
I think
Dark.
that's a perfect way to basically wrap this one up. Do you guys have any other
It is.
final ands? Oh,
Nope.
Intelligence saving throw. What was that for?
My own intelligence.
How do I attune to my new sword?
I vote TPP next week.
Oh yeah, we got to figure that one out.
What about TTP? TPP?
I don't know how attunement works in this, besides the fact that it's limited. So you might want to look that up between
Can I just
sessions.
attune?
I think it takes a certain number of weeks.
No, you just have to spend your long
attune.
rest doing it.
Or not weeks, hours, I meant.
I would have done that.
Well, we'll square that away in between sessions. And Darix, send me another message in your thread tomorrow if you remember about the class stuff, and we'll work that out. And I don't know if anybody else had any outstanding tasks or things like that were related to homebrew or whatever, but
yeah, that's right now no subclass. So, and I am going to assume after Yickety Yakking tomorrow, that's probably
I need to do a
or
short
no,
rest.
Saturday.
Yep.
There will be some combat at the end of next week's session. So,
right. Yeah.
why you be
basically-
rolling?
He's trying to smash something.
For
Well,
attunement,
in
you
the,
spend a short rest interacting with the item to like attune to it.
Yeah.
If the caravan takes 2 hours, can we say that's my attunement time?
Well, if you're not in the middle of a heated confession.
Well, if I just confess.
Well,
and
not
then
for
just
the whole 2 hours.
attune the rest of the time.
Yeah.
Oh, I need to destroy the blood crystal.
There is that too.
Oh, I also. Never mind. Doesn't matter.
All right. Well,
All right,
that's
fellas.
GG's. Good session.
GG's.
Hope you
Yep.
guys are
Have a
excited.
good night.
I did. That was that whole communion scene was very cool. It definitely did not go the way I had imagined it, and that's neat because it was cooler that way.